Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order, concurrent meeting. Roll call. City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
We don't read any of that now. Okay, our first item on the agenda is to receive the Silicon Valley Power quarterly update, but I see we have a lot of people in the audience, all in the same colored shirts, so I assume they're here for one reason. I'd like to take public presentations now so that they're able to address the council, and otherwise you're going to have to wait until after our meeting at 7 o'clock, but at a later time. So, City Clerk, I'm going to ask, I think you have some speaker cards. We can start that before our quarterly update from Silicon Valley Power, and then we will have public presentations regularly in the main meeting. So, City Clerk, when you're ready.
Your first speaker is Vikas Gupta.
Welcome, long time no see.
I'm here again. Madam Mayor and honorable council members, as you know, my name is Vikas Gupta, and I speak today here in individual capacity and not as a commissioner. So I have several swimmers and parents that have joined me here today. Some of them will speak to you, and others are here to show their support. We are all here wearing the yellow shirts, as you can see. And this is but a fraction of our swim core, the membership. These are the ones that could make it on a Tuesday afternoon. Many are still in practice and can't make it. But they all want to share the same message, which is that please fix ISC and restore it so that it can be used by the swim club and, of course, the general public. And then also requesting to the department to provide regular updates on what's happening with the repairs and what is the current timeline. And what are the challenges, and if there's any way the club can help. Of course, again, I don't speak for the club, but I'm sure I can pass on that message, and our head coach is here. In fact, he can hear that loud and clear. And then thirdly, as we learned at the last meeting, and so again, as an individual from the city, and just listening to it, we heard that the president of the club shared that the city is charging $10,000 per week for using the Montague pool in lieu of ISC. Now, if ISC were up and running, the pool, SCSC wouldn't be paying anything in addition. So it just seems entirely unfair to charge, because the city couldn't keep it up, to charge something, and that to such a huge amount. It seems like a complete magnitude more than what SCSC normally pays for the use of ISC. So I would sincerely request, as a member of the public and as a parent of a swimmer, that the council and the department look into it and see if even the previous payments that have perhaps already been made be refunded to the club. That would be, otherwise the club's going to go into the red. And these kids won't be able to swim. So again, thank you for your time today. And again, I have a large core of people sitting here and supporting this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. Thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Wenji.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Wenji. I've been a swimmer for Santa Clara Swim Club since 2017, but lately I've been kind of upset about the city's inaction towards the International Swim Center's condition, as the problem has existed for a very long time, and something should have been done to change it a long time ago. For example, the pool has basically been deteriorating since I've been here. It's never been consistently open for an entire year. The diving blocks have been falling apart. They're very old. And in 2019, half the showers closed, so like there's no locker room changing space. So that just goes to show how bad the condition is at the pool. And before the pandemic, we had more facilities, right? So it wasn't as bad, we didn't complain as much, but now we only have 2 or 3 facilities and they're very far away, and it's strained all of our patients. So as a direct result of this, Santa Clara Swim Club and the city of Santa Clara has sort of lost its glory as a city that prides itself on aquatic excellence. For example, we used to have a very famous meet called the George F. Haynes meet held at the ISC each year. And many international swimmers from all across the globe and other high-level swimmers would attend this meet because of its high level of competition. But lately, barely any swimmers from outside of California show up, and most of the swimmers are just from the surrounding area in the Bay Area. And in addition, in the past year, we've been unable to host CCS Champs, which is a scholastic meet. And it's not only inconvenienced Santa Clara swimmers, but also other swimmers in other schools, as they've all complained that they've had to drive all the way down to Hollister instead of just going to the ISC, which is in very close proximity to most of the schools in the CCS area. And as I said before, the George F. Haynes meet has sort of lost its reputation, and this year we had to move it to Independence High School, which greatly inconvenienced many of the swimmers in the area. So I think what the city needs to do is just do anything in its power to divert funds or invest in updating the facility, but first we need to fix the facility first. So I just think radical changes need to be made in order to maintain Santa Clara's legacy as a city with great aquatic excellence. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nicholas.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Sifferman. Fun fact, I live pretty close to the mayor, so often trick or treat. But I've been swimming at Santa Clara for almost 12 years, and not only is it a second home, but it's a passion, it's a purpose, it's a place for me to go after school, it's where I make my friends, it's my whole social life, and it's heartbreaking to see how over the years, a place that I have called home is not translating to other people. I mean, Wenji is completely right. The pool has not been consecutively open for over a year. The pandemic was heartbreaking, but our pool was shut down for so long that I was forced to move to Arizona to pursue my swimming career. And since then, everyone was behind in swimming, but we are still behind. As other teams are getting better, are growing, we still have a lack of space. We still have a lack of community, and we are trying our best to build up something that we frankly can't without the support of the city, which isn't there. I mean, I've been with the club almost 12 years, like I said, and I have seen it grow, but not up. I would say it's grown down. And knowing Kevin, he's our new head coach, he has been one of the best things that have happened to this club, especially after the devastation of our previous head coach. But it's shocking to see how much he cares and how much we care, but how much the city doesn't support us. And not only is it a place for us, it's a place for community. It's has so much rich history that flourishes at SCSC. And it's not just a place for swimmers, it's a place for families. It's a place for other people to find a purpose like me. It's a place for people to gather. Just behind it is Central Park, but families often go to Central Park after swim practice. And it's a perfect place to build a community and grow something that is falling out of touch. And I think as other sports grow, we lose a lot of the passion that was there for SCSC. I mean, SCSC was the pride and joy of Santa Clara for so long, known across the globe. It was a famous swim spot, but now it feels like it's falling to rubble and it's being swept under the rug. So it feels like my home is being neglected, and it's heartbreaking. And like the diving well, I mean, it's infested with bugs. The locker rooms are moldy and old. Our pool is breaking down, and I just want my home back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie, followed by Howard.
Leslie? Welcome.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leslie Sifferman. I am a resident of Santa Clara since 1989. My husband and I chose not once but twice to buy a home in Santa Clara because we loved the facilities and the parks and the community of Santa Clara. And because of that, we sent not one, not two, but 3 children to the ISC. And 2 of our children now swim D1 in college. I feel sad that my youngest child, and I'm not going to talk about COVID at all because I think that's a separate issue, but I feel sad that my youngest child is now not able to swim at the ISC. And I thought, well, the repairs will happen because that's the way it goes, but it's now been 4 months and the repairs haven't happened. And I would say as a concerned citizen, I'm sad. I look at our pristine soccer fields and I don't feel like Santa Clara gets the same kind of priority as other sports. The ISC serves thousands of people in our community. It brings together swimmers and it gives teenagers a purpose. It's a wonderful sport. And I'm very sad that our beloved ISC is not being taken care of. And I would just ask that this is a priority and that the repairs are done so that we can get these kids back in the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Howard is speaking on another item for later. The next speaker is Amanda, online.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, honorable mayor and council members. Just wanted to echo what everybody has been saying here and also come back to the issue of how the city has been renting us a pool that is that isn't the best pool, but it is a pool. And we're paying practically 20 times more what we would pay with the ISC. And so this is a very practical thing that the city could do, is to figure out how to reduce the cost of this or even reimburse the club for these weeks that or months that we've been using it while the ISC has been shut down. So I'm not going to make this long. I'm just going to reiterate, please, this is a very easy short-term measure that the city can take to help in relieving the club from the financial hardship that we're facing with this pool shutdown. So that's all I have to say for tonight. And I thank everybody who's come out in support of Santa Clara Swim Club and the International Swim Center.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have anyone else? Anyone else in the audience want to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, welcome, thank you. I didn't know you were going to speak about this tonight, otherwise I would have thought ahead of time. But again, like I was here, I don't know none of these people behind me. I know nothing about them. All I know is any program that can keep a kid off the streets is a really good program to invest in. I heard they got a lot of champions out of there. That's great. That way we have a name of a parade for Parade of Champions, something they can go to. I'm not sure whose district that pool is in, but I'd sure like to see that council person stand up and tell these kids, I'm going to fight tooth and nail for them. I'm going to drag the rest of my council members screaming to get it done. Now, a whole bunch of years ago, before COVID, it came up. I said, all you got to do is sell 5 houses. Just 5 houses, and it will pay for a beautiful pool for these kids. Of course, that didn't happen. I heard arguments over selling one piece of property. Let's turn it into a, I don't know, commune or something. I don't know, just waste it. I've heard spend $500,000 to get rid of this lady over here and a chief of police, but I haven't really heard anybody say, the rest of you council people, no, we're going to get these guys a pool. These kids need to swim. Like I told you last time, let the kids swim. It's really serious. Let the kids swim. I'd like to see some of these guys become champions. You know, they're not going to become champions if nobody takes initiative. Whoever's district that is, take the initiative. Stand up tonight and tell these kids, I'm going to fight for you guys. I'm going to go to battle with you guys. I'm going to find the money in this budget somehow, some way. I'm going to find a rule we can change to maybe bring in sponsors. You know, we got a stadium with a Levi on it. Why not a swim with Speedos on it or something like that? Do something. Come on. Get off your rear ends and fight for these kids. These are our future, whether you like it or not. I heard one kid moved all the way to Arizona. Who wants to give Arizona a champion? I don't. And do something for them. Let the kids swim. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you.
We have
Anyone
another,
else?
we have a speaker online, CO.
CEO? There you go. Go ahead. CEO? Hello? CEO?
Is this public presentations?
No, this is the first public presentation regarding the swim center. Well, it is about the swim center.
I'm sorry.
I guess it could be any topic.
It can be any topic
Yeah,
then?
it could be any topic. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Rowan, and I would like just to welcome the city manager and the new city attorney to Santa Clara as a past resident and a former city commissioner. I would welcome them to a great city. I, as you know, have been severely disabled, and I would like to thank those council members who have helped me over the years with that disability. Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember Shahal, and especially Councilmember Watanabe, and so much Mayor Gilmore, who is definitely the soul of our city. I would like to remind some people of something later on in the evening that is being talked about in terms of voting. Something that our new honorary mayor is talking about. It's not enough to just want change. You have to go and make change by voting. And Santa Clara's have always enjoyed the vote. Some people, other people on this council have talked about defamation. I would remind them of the quote of Emile Zola, the great character of defamation from writing Jacques. If certain members of this council are not overwhelmed by the quality of my writing, they will be overwhelmed by the quantity of my writing. I wish you all the greatest of beatings, and once again, thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe, for all your help over the years. And I will end this by simply saying what I would like every Santa Claran to end their comments by saying. Reappoint Burt Field, resign now, Becker.
Thank you.
Next.
Jinwen?
Jinwen.
Jinwen, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jim Wen. So I'm Winch's dad. Actually, we live very close to Santa Clara, the swimming pool. Actually, one of the reasons we bought here, right, why I stayed over here, we're not moving to other places, is the kids, my kids is swimming there, both of my kids actually. But as you can see, especially the last few years, the situation is getting worse and worse. The breakdown, we are not say 50 years once, but nearly every year a few times. The breakdown is not only breakdown once and also become longer and longer. You can see this shutdown is, I would say, comparing to other councils about how they take care of the facility. The Santa Clara Council take care of that facility is a shame. Went to any other places, the situation not like this. This situation, right, how bad it is, we can say, go to any high school, any other famous place, this is like a shit place. How can we understand our tax money spent like this? I repaired it last year and immediately break down like this. Our money just waste, right? So as a resident just live so close by, really demanding kind of the help to fix it properly and not waste our money, tax money. And all this money is coming from our tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie? Is Julie online? Or?
Julie's online.
Online. Go ahead, Julie.
Hello, I'm Julie Corrigan. I'm the team manager for Santa Clara. I believe the parent who was trying to speak earlier was trying to share a video, but they weren't able to speak. So they asked me to call in and see if you were able to share that video that they had sent to you guys.
I don't think we do that.
Is that possible or no?
I don't think
The
so.
lady that wants to share the video is online. Her name is Grace, and she's up after Julie.
Oh, is she? Okay, perfect. Got it. They were having technical difficulties. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grace, go ahead, Grace.
Moving her over to share her screen.
Does it work? Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. We were trying to actually share a video. So I'm a mom of swimmers. Oh no, we can't. We're on. We're the mom of the swimmers, and our swimmers actually made a video that we would like to share with you and also the fellow councilmen. And I sent the video earlier today to the clerk, thinking that maybe you guys can share it, but right now we're having some difficulty to try to share it on the Zoom meeting. Is it possible that, because I think we send the link to you guys, is it possible for you guys to view it, at your meeting on the other side?
City Clerk.
Michelle's trying to pull it up for her.
Thank you.
We see something.
Yep, that's the video. Thank you.
Can't hear it. Okay.
Every day after class, I go straight.
I can't do it. It's going to have echo.
What has become my second home.
Oh, it's started.
No, it's because I'm not.
We're trying on this side.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's a link that she sent me. It's an email link that she sent me.
It's not shared. Oh, okay, long elder. Oh, okay. We found the screen that says share screen. I don't know if, but it said we can't share it if the other side is sharing.
That's great. We'll take it down.
Okay, so let's see if we can share it. Well, let's see. Does it work? Share? Share. Okay, so let's see. you know where I save it to. Hold on for a second, okay? Let's see. Is it Google Drive?
If
Let me
not, we'll try to play it during the regular meeting. We
Sure.
can figure out how to play it. We'll play it,
Yeah.
we'll play it during our next public presentation section.
Okay.
Yeah, Grace, if you have some more to say, you can finish, but we'll play
Oh,
your
okay.
video during the next public presentation
Sounds
section.
good. Yeah. So I think, just from the, all the swimmers and then the parents, seeing our swimmers really, trying their best, at their, at every day, their practice, the ISC has been kind of their second home, and we will really appreciate you guys' effort to try to, expedite, kind of the maintenance and all the fixing of the pool, kind of, echo on all those, things that, everybody else was speaking earlier. We appreciate you guys' effort, but at the same time, I think, since the pool shut down, our kids weren't able to kind of go back to their own selves. And, we really appreciate if there's anything that you guys can do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Do we have any other public members?
I have no more hands.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No more hands.
You don't have any? Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? So if you do, you need to come forward, please. Welcome.
My name is Fred. I've been a Santa Clara resident since 1990, and I started swimming at the swim center in 92. And I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed it. The camaraderie there, the master's program has been fantastic. This new coach and the team that he's bringing in is making great strides. And it's kind of sad to see the struggles the pool has had, yet the coach has worked very, very hard to try to keep his swimmers in the water at other places. So I appreciate your efforts, and hopefully you can get it done.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. All right, not seeing anyone else. City Manager, I know that we told the community we were going to keep the community informed. I mean, there's some facts. One, we need a new pool. Second, we need to keep these swimmers swimming in the meantime before we figure out how to build a new pool. So I'm just wondering if you have any updates for them so that we can get them back in the pool. It's important that they swim regularly, as well as the other members of our community. And I know this public presentations are not supposed to be talking. I just know that they spend a lot of time coming down here to talk to us. And just wondering if you have any update for us.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Javon Grogan, City Manager. We are working on scheduling a meeting with the swim club and was in communication even today on that matter. Work continues on the ISC. Unfortunately, we have issues maintaining the appropriate temperature. Repairs were done to the boiler. However, there were additional complications and more work needs to be done. Everyone should know that the city's staff and contractors are working as hard as they can to get the facility up and running. It is a very old facility with significant deferred maintenance, and unfortunately, there are significant challenges with repairing equipment that was built in the 60s and keeping it running. So know that it is our high priority to get the pool up and running. I think we've said multiple times that the pool may not open this summer. And so that is still the timeline that we're on. We are trying to open it sooner. Unfortunately, I cannot announce a sooner date. And even as of yesterday, additional complications were encountered and they need to order additional parts. And so we're still on the same timeline. I know that's unfortunate. But as we stated before, the city will be working on a longer-term plan to hopefully identify funding for a new swim center that is quite a ways away and will take substantial funding.
And in the meantime, and then I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Park since this is his district. In the meantime, places for them to swim, like health clubs, high schools, anywhere around here so that we can put a Band-Aid on it for now so that they can continue to swim and train during this time. I know that's a priority for us. I know you're looking into that as well.
Madam Mayor, absolutely, that's a priority. I know that the swim club knows that we have reached out to both the school districts, whose pools unfortunately are also closed for maintenance this summer. We have contacted other cities. The swim club, I believe, is utilizing space at the city of Sunnyvale, that staff has partnered with them to have time, and we are continuing to look at any other facilities that are available. The swim club is also using other city pool facilities, and I understand the cost implications of that, and we are continuing to have discussions around that. But again, it's a challenging operation to repair that facility, and people are working to do just that.
Vice Mayor Park.
So, somebody asked for the person that manages this, that represents this district to stand up and talk about things. I'm going to say, meeting with the swim club is one of the first meetings I ever had as a council member. And I think that the people in the swim club know this. They reached out because we knew about these problems 2.5, 3 years ago. At least I knew about these problems before that. We scheduled lots of meetings with staff. We talked to the director of Parks and Rec to see what can we do here? What kind of monies can we have? What is the actual problem? We replaced the heater because we had a really old heater, but we didn't replace any of the piping, which is actually causing the problem. When I took a look at, Councilmember Jane and I took a tour, like there is nothing in that swim center except maybe the ground itself, which is maintained well. There's nothing there that when I take a look at it, I feel I'm proud of this swim center. I was one of the first people that met with the new head coach, Kevin, when he arrived. And we had the same conversations. And the conversations I thought would be kind of straightforward, which is, let's just put money in for maintenance. Then I was told so many different things, like we're spending money on, we have a city swim program. And the city swim program does exactly what the Santa Clara Swim Club does, but differently. And we have to have a full staff to support it, and we have to close down the pool for the hundreds of members of the swim club so that the tens of people that are part of the city program, some of them actually joined the city swim program thinking it was the Santa Clara Swim Club, so that they can swim. And I think, well, when we talk about getting third parties, when we start talking about partnerships, this is exactly the type of partnership that we should have that takes the money that we're spending on independent activities and putting it towards fixing the resources that all the activities are using. Then I'm told that we can't actually save money. We can't actually earmark monies towards maintenance. I don't even know why. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. If we
Vice
can't
Mayor
do
Park,
that.
we have to limit your comments.
Well, understood. But I think that this is a frustration that has been building. And I think that I've been having conversations with a lot of the members of the swim club saying this is when we need to try. And to be honest, at this point, I don't know that we can do this with a balanced budget. I almost feel that we need to go in debt to fix this problem, because let no one make a mistake. It's not about this summer. I think that if we can't get a pool up and we don't have a timeline, like if you tell me it's going to be done in 6 months, not going to open during the summertime, but it's going to open 3 months later or 4 months later or 6 months later, that's something that we can live with as long as we know it's true, as long as we can follow that. But to be told we don't know when it's going to happen, we're going to have to wait for it. I'll say it. Need to find funding for a new swim center. I don't know how long that's going to take. I do know that the swim center costs
Vice Mayor
something
Park,
on the order
I'm
of
going to have
20.
to stop you, Vice Mayor Park. We can't have extended discussion on this.
Understood. So it's not about this, but it's about all the work that we've done. And we're trying stuff even today. So I know that some of the members there know what we're trying. And I think that some of the things that we have to do are going to be really hard for this council to do, but I'm 100% willing to try. I'm 100% willing to drive it, because, we went in debt. We got ARPA funds.
Vice Mayor Park, I have to stop you now. Thank you.
And if we're going to go in debt,
I think
fixing the
we're
swim
ready
center
for
is
the
a great
video.
reason to
Vice
do
Mayor
it.
Park, I
Thank you.
respectfully ask for you to stop. I think that people, they want us to have some action. I know that, and I know you're all in for this. So let's play the video. We have it up now. We can't hear it. Could we start again?
Every day after class, I go straight to what has become my second home,
The George F. Haynes International Swim Center.
We need your help.
We need your help.
We need your help. We need your help.
I want my pool back.
Our 500 club members have been greatly impacted by this unanticipated and delayed shutdown, especially during the height of the swimming season. It has caused unnecessary hardship for our athletes, coaches, and families, delayed our training schedules, and required club members to drive across the city to utilize other pools. Swimming is a big part of our lives. It's not just a sport to us now. It means friendship, hard work, determination, and dedication. Every day, we train hard, dream to be the best version of ourselves, and we achieve through swimming in our home pool. Because of the mishap of the heater being broken, our swimming world has been torn apart. We no longer can swim in that pool that means so much to us. Everyone on our team is looking forward to going back to our home.
We need your help.
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 Every day after class, I go straight.
It was worth the wait. Councilmember Chahal, you have something to say?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
The city attorney is telling us.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I know how important this matter is for all of you on the council, and appropriately indulgent of this presentation at the special meeting and with it being Member Park's district. But just reminding you all, this item's not on the agenda, and want to discourage too much statements about it in order to allow us to get on to regular business.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We're going to move on, but Councilmember Chahal, a sentence or two?
Yes, I'll cut down what I was trying to say, but I want to ask city staff if they can respond to Amanda P's request for they have to pay $10,000. I think this came second time. You can deal with it off the line, but somebody should get back to them about what's going on, or if we can help them with that. Thank you.
Yeah, we gave that direction last time.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much for coming again this evening and letting us know how important it is to you. It's going to be a priority for us. It's very important for us as well to get you back in the pool. All right, we're going to move on now to our itemized agenda, which is the Receive Silicon Valley Power quarterly update. Director Pineda. It's not on here.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight to do the quarterly report. I have quite a few number of slides for you, but you do know I have practice at tying those up to make sure I can get you back on schedule, and I've done that before, and I will do that again this afternoon. So I'll spend a little less time on the slides as we go through and just really focus on the highlights of what I want to get to today. I do want to let you know that the whole team's behind me. I was going to introduce every one of them, but they're all here, and they're here to provide support or answer any questions as well.
Thank you.
So from an agenda perspective, we are going to hit on a number of items. Load growth. I want to give you an update on our capital projects and expansion plan. It's been a while. Just had a couple of slides on our battery project, but I'll tie that up. And then electric vehicles and solar programs. And always finish off with things you'll be seeing in the next few months. So from a load growth perspective, as I mentioned last year, we hit two new peaks of 650 and 700 during the heat storm. And just recently, we almost got to 650 again. So that growth is permanent growth that we're seeing. A little sales, our sales went down just a little bit, but the growth is here. And if you went to, I think some of you were at the recent opening of a new data center, you can see that the city continues to grow. So as I mentioned before, we're doing a lot of projects to accommodate that growth. And this just is a highlight of the projects that are happening. Two quick notes about this, or three quick notes. One is We actually have over 50 capital projects the city is working on. These are some of our larger ones. The top ones are all our system expansion ones, our major ones, and I'll have slides on that. Then below that, you see some substations. So we have 29 existing substations, and we're adding 10 additional more. And to give you a perspective on this, what you see on this slide, not including the CAISO project, is about $650 million worth of work. And of course, just a lot of work for staff. As you can see, those bars all align at the same time. Regarding the CAISO project, this is the one we worked for over 2 years with CAISO to get it approved. As an update, CAISO is moving forward the project, as we mentioned, but they have selected a vendor for it, LS Power, on March 7th, 2023. We're meeting regularly with them to coordinate the implementation. Not our project, but we want to make sure it gets implemented. And they're shooting for a operational date of mid-2028, which is aggressive, but we're hopeful they can make it. This is a very important project for us to continue to expand our system. Then, of course, we have our receiving station, of which I talked to you at length, North Receiving Station, which is expanding capacity as well as doing some improvements to be able to receive the new transmission line. Scott and Kiefer, SRS, KRS, which are our stations that are about 60 years old, so those are being fully replaced. In addition to that, we're adding capacity as well. And the quick highlights to let you know is that the 30% design is underway for both of us. And we should be complete with 30% design for all 3 projects in the next 3 months. They're coming in at different times, but about 3-month period. Then we have the 115 kV line that's going to connect the Northern Receiving Station, NRS, to KRS. Significant project. You're going to have a separate item on this. We actually had 3 different alignments that we were looking at, very complex. Our consultant did a full route analysis report. We have what we think is a preferred alignment. We're doing additional feasibility through potholing to make sure there's no additional conflicts. And you will get an informational report on this with a preferred alignment for the project. This is a project that's needed as part of our expansion. Lastly, I've been talking at length about transformer procurement, and that's a big number for us, a big package. The proposals came in May 2nd. We are procuring 2 240 kV and 9 115. And we're looking at them, reviewing. There was actually a meeting yesterday. And just to give you a perspective of why we're doing this in parallel track, we always said we wanted to do it on parallel because everything's taking so long. Depending on who we select, it could be up to 40 months before we can get the transformers. The average time is 20 months. So those are the kind of delays we're seeing with equipment. And the battery energy storage project, I know we looked at this for a long period of time. If you remember, we selected a vendor. Vendor couldn't deliver. Then we selected another vendor. We're moving forward with them. They couldn't deliver the original batteries we wanted. But now we are getting very close and have started work. You did approve, gave us the city manager authority to enter in some agreements back in April, so we have those in place. And this is significantly it provides a lot of benefits for us, but a key one for us is does allow us to do peak shaving, which allows additional growth to occur and additional development to occur during those peak times where we have significant issues. And it has a lot of other benefits beyond that, but with the time we have, I'll just focus on that one and how it affects system expansion. From a status perspective, we have completed the CEQA. It's on the city website. The circulation's done. We're going to come back to you with adoption consideration in August. We have done a utility location survey and topo survey is completed. We're going to be executing all the appropriate contracts that we need, and demo is going to begin on the existing facilities later this year. So it's actively moving forward. And then from a chargers and grants, we had done a big phase 1, as you remember. We had completed the installations of phase 2. We did commissioning on it. There's still some parts that need to be addressed. We expect everything to be fully operational by August of this year or so. And just to give you a perspective, once we're done with this phase 2, we're going to have over 40 ports to support a new electric fleet, if we can ever get those vehicles delivered. That's a whole different conversation. And then we're adding 10 more ports for the public. We're going to have over 100 public ports in the city as well. So it's been a huge effort, and the team's done a great job. In addition to that, we also were awarded a grant, and we have applied for a much larger grant, and we'll see how that goes to continue to expand the system. With regards to electric vehicles, we do have some new initiatives in place. I presented to you on the workplace EV charging pilot. We are working with the school district. We'll be working with them for a little while to install some facilities at the schools. We are working with a vendor to try to put private EV chargers in some of our parking lots, and we hopefully will have an agreement on that. I sent you some emails on that previously. Still taking a while to get to the negotiations. And we're also working with the new shuttle to find a place where they can charge at night every day, and we're going through that process. So a lot of things being accomplished. And from a solar perspective, you gave us authority on June 6th to create a commercial solar rebate program and public benefit expenditure plan, so we're working on that. We expect that will be in place January 2024. I'll say first quarter of 2024 as we're working through the items. In addition to that, the community solar survey, if you remember, we did that last year. We picked the wrong time initially. It was a very busy time for everybody. We came back and did some additional surveys. And what we got from that is there is support for a community solar program, and there is a willingness to pay a small premium to do that. The question is how much, right? So it's for the next step. So for the next step for us is we don't have discount of in-house expertise to do the analysis. So we're actually going to do an RFP just to hire somebody to do the financial analysis for it, to see if there's really a project to be done. Now that we know there's interest, we think it's worthy to go to the next step. And from upcoming items, we got procurements coming up. We got the bond financing for the 4 large projects. You have taken action in those before. We have, as always, many master agreements that you see. We'll have some updates for you on the new IRP and many additional items. So I think I was able to get this fairly fast. Obviously, there's a lot more detail on the slides that I was going to highlight for you, but I'm, as always, happy to answer any questions. And like I said, the whole team is here as well if we need any additional information. Thank you.
I'm not used to you doing this so early in the evening, so you've taken us by surprise.
I was going to say, Mayor, I might even gone a little faster.
A lot of extra energy.
I know, I can
as
tell.
As opposed to midnight or 1 a.m. So, wow, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you, Director Pineda. Do we have questions?
I do.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Manuel. I had a few questions. First, for the battery storage, what is the technology for the batteries? Is that LFP or NMC? And then for the public ports, I'm pleased to see that we have 100 public ports and that we're going into schools. But one of the problems that I hear for people that are traveling during holidays is the shortage of DC fast chargers. People don't like to take trips because there's always a backlog during 4th of July or some holiday weekend. So what are we doing for that? And then for the community solar, would that be a PPA or would people invest in and buy panels as if they had put them on their roof? I was curious. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Quick one. One question or ask is, we do have a solar rebate for low-income houses, the residents, basically. Are there any plans to start a rebate for regular resident down the line? I know we talked about the community solar program, but just like any other municipalities, they have some rebate program for the solar. Are we planning that? Second, the shuttle program, I know, I think the shuttle will be starting sometime soon. Date was 1st of August or something close to that. How soon do you think we can have those shuttle charging stations? And the question is that shuttle program dependent on our charging station to start in Santa Clara? Or it is, we can start it and then integrate our charging station down the line? That's the question. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Jane?
You know, I know we have the Mexico Wind Project and we have the additional Calpine Geysers Project. I hear this from residents all the time. You know, we're doing a lot of apartments and And I know that, residential is only like 8% of our total load, but can you just reassure the residents that there's plenty of electricity for these new apartment projects?
And that's it, Director Pineda, for the questions.
Great. Thank you for the questions, and I'll take them in order that they came in. Regarding the battery storage project, we're using the Tesla Megapacks, LFP. So that's what we're proceeding with. Regarding the DC fast chargers, and Kathleen will correct me later, and I'll send you an email if I got it wrong, but I believe we have, once it's all completed, we'll have 6 of them in the city.
Is that right, Kathleen?
Yeah, see, close, but I knew she would. That's why I felt comfortable saying it. We'll get you the exact number on that and get back to you on it. And regarding the community solar, that's probably a couple of steps ahead, Councilmember Jane. Our process right now is we did the survey to see if there was any interest and if people were interested in paying a premium. Now we're going to hire a consultant to really do the financial analysis to see what that's going to mean, what the cost would be. Is it really feasible or not feasible? We know there's interest, but we don't know if there's financial feasibility related to it. So that will be the next step. Regarding the solar rebate program, we don't have a single family program right now. We have been doing some research on it. Solar rebates for single family homes is very limited right now because it's difficult to manage. I will say in the past, it's been difficult in Santa Clara just because our rates are so low. The return on investment can be difficult to achieve, but I know the city manager's been talking to me about that. We are looking at some opportunities, some options. It's in our work plan to see what could be or could not be feasible, but it might not be a feasible item for us, but we are analyzing what it would mean. Regarding the charging stations and the shuttle. What we're doing with the shuttle is we're actually looking at our existing charging stations, so we're not looking at trying to put something in that quickly. It would not be feasible. We are looking at different locations that could be feasible. The preference from the shuttle, the operators is to have it at one location, so that's our goal. So that's kind of what we're working through, some items on that to see what would be feasible and not feasible. We always do have, if we can split them up, we have enough chargers at night when they're going to be charging, right, because they operate all day, they charge at night, where there'll be options, at least for the short term, where they can use some of our existing chargers, and we're always happy for our chargers to be utilized. And lastly, on the apartments, actually, I believe our residential load is about 6% right now. Certainly, I think with renewable energy, because we are one of the few utilities that is growing, right, and we're almost doubling in size. So we are always trying to get utility energy, renewable energy, and try to keep up with everything that's happening. From the residential perspective, we have accounted in our growth plans, all that kind of, when you see the precise plans, the specific plans, the projects, what's in the general plan, that's part of it because it's a smaller portion of our load. It's not as a concern from a growth perspective as some of our large commercial customers. So that's really kind of where we focus on and how we're addressing this. The residential load is a small percentage, and we can manage that a little differently.
Is that it for the questions? All right.
One more question.
Councilmember Jane?
Can you, I know there's always concern with lithium batteries that there's going to be fires, but the fact that the battery storage system is going to use LFPs, that has a less susceptibility of fires than NMCs. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and, I don't want to speak to that level. I will say that everything we're doing is over by our DVR plant. So it's in the industrial area, and everything is being coordinated with the fire department, and we're also coordinating with the vendor. So we're going through that entire process. I don't want to speak as to kind of what technologies is better or less, but we can definitely get back to you as the program progresses.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if anyone in the audience or in the public, online or here, has any questions regarding this report. Please come forward. Welcome.
My name's Mario Boza. I'm really perplexed at the presentation. You admitted a lot of the issues at hand with the data centers. A lot of the citizens like to know, since they're going to have, residentials are going to have an increase on their power, the cost of their power, the data centers are paying a fraction of what the citizens of Santa Clara paid, and they actually are the ones that are using most of, about 90% or higher, of our electric power, and that's why we're almost out of our limits right now. It is nice to know if you would have mentioned that, so the people that are listening in the audience and not at home.
Mr. Buzo, can you
I
address
know
the
I have to,
council,
yeah.
please, not
But I'm used to looking
our
at people
staff
when I talk to them.
I know.
My
You can look
apologies.
at us.
My apologies.
Thank
But it's directed to one of our city employees. Anyway, I would like to have them actually speak in behalf of that. Suds mentioned 6%, but he went ahead and said 4%. So actually the cost of that we're absorbing from the data centers is so immense that it's just eating our power. And he's, like he said, like if you ask him, what, are we at our maximum? They'll probably say, yes, we are. And then have them in numbers, in dollars, amount, say, what are they paying and what the residents pay. Even the small business owners pay about the same rate as the residents pay, but not the data centers. So why don't we start focusing on that, and maybe we can make up the difference so that way the citizens of Santa Clara won't have to subsidize this data centers. We already pay for the power plant. The citizens of Santa Clara, Don Van Rest pay for help us get the power plant to attract businesses that actually put employees and tax revenues, but not the data centers. 2 seconds? One? That's the most I ever used. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak from the audience? All right, Director Pineda, I don't know if you want to answer that, or if you don't, you can bring it back at a future time, or there was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, as the council knows, we do quarterly reports, right? And I always try to choose kind of what's happening at that time. We have spoken about kind of our growth and our plans and kind of what drives it and does it drive it at length. Certainly, if there's the will of the council, we can have the next quarter report a little more detail on that item, if that's what the council would like. But the majority of our load is not residential. It's about 6% for residential, and we do still have, I think, the second lowest rates in the state as well. So the team continues to do a good job to keep doing that, and having a large customer base helps with those rates. But certainly, if the council would like the next quarterly report, that can be one of the items that we can highlight as well.
Yeah, why don't you include that in the next quarterly report?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Jane, your light's still on?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment, and can you confirm this, Manuel, that Prop 26 and Prop 218 prevent the residents from subsidizing data centers. One class of customers cannot subsidize the cost for others. And then the other thing is we just passed Measure G, which takes 5% from the gross revenues of power and puts it into the general fund. So can you confirm that the data centers pretty much are providing about $30 million a year to our general fund?
So a couple of questions there. I can definitely say that as part of Prop 26, we do have to be cost recovery. We can't have one user subsidizing another user. I believe data centers, and this is not the exact number, are about 60 or 65% of our load, somewhere in that range. Then you have other commercial uses, and then you have residential uses. And when you look at the breakdown, you can pretty much, of that 30 million, you can break it down into those similar percentages as to what pays each one. And certainly we can get you the exact numbers related to that as part of a future presentation. I will also note that for when we did the rate increases, the last, I think that was in December when we did the presentation of the mid-year rate increase recently. I think I had a pretty good comparison for you, comparing our rates to PG&E rates. And if you remember from that, the biggest gap between us and PG&E was actually for our residential rates. that were almost over 50, I think 55, 56, 57, 58%. Some of our other customers were in the 30% and 40%. So just based on that table, you can see that the residential rates, I would say, are very, very competitive, especially when you compare them to PG&E. And I would be happy to kind of provide that comparison table again to see how much lower our different users are in comparison to PG&E. So that could be useful also.
All right, thank you very much, Director Pineda. We appreciate your quarterly updates and letting us know what's going on with SVP, and we appreciate all your staff being here as well. Thank you all for what you do and keeping our electric utility rates low. Thank you. City Manager, did you have anything else to comment on that before we go into the regular meeting? All right, thank you. Okay, so next we're going to start, would the council like a 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break, and we're going to start the council meeting at 5 minutes. Thank you.
They promised you time for to eat your dinners.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this City Council regular meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For any registered lobbyists that are joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues also to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations, do we have any? I don't have any. Staff, do you have any? No? Members of the public? All right, seeing none, we have 2 really fun special orders of business this evening. The first special order of business, the City of Santa Clara is honored to recognize Miss Santa Clara, Kimberly Vernon, and I see her there in the audience. Kimberly Vernon of Santa Clara was crowned Miss Santa Clara in February 2023, and most recently represented Santa Clara at Miss California. Kimberly was ranked as the Miss California's top 12 state finalists and was the recipient of the Lynn Blackburn Spirit of Miss California Award for Women's Health and Fitness. At this time, I'd like to invite Kimberly up to the podium to say a few words. Welcome, Kimberly.
Hello. Do I face you guys?
Yes.
This is so exciting. Just fun fact, unrelated to Miss California, but I am a long time, I was born and raised in Santa Clara, and when I was in high school, I was actually the student representative for my high school for the school board. So this is just giving me a lot of deja vu, but back on topic. Thank you for having me here today. It truly was an honor to represent my hometown at Miss California this year. It was my 3rd time going. It was my first time placing in the top 12. It was my first time receiving, honestly, any award. So representing my hometown and receiving those accolades really meant so much to me, and I've truly dedicated this year of service to serving this community. Santa Clara, what I love about the city is it's not just a city, it's a community. And when I was first crowned Miss Santa Clara, my director gave me the expectation to make at least 40 appearances throughout my entire year. And in my first 4 months, I actually surpassed that goal. And again, I've dedicated this year to service because I've loved coming to all the community events. I've seen a lot of familiar faces at those events. And sorry, I lost my train of thought. And making those 40 appearances in my first 4 months, I'm hoping to hit 100 by the end of this year. And so going from being at the Art and Wine Festival later this fall to being at the 4th of July, I've loved every appearance I've been able to make. And in the Miss America organization, I know pageantry can get a bad rep, but Miss America actually is one of the largest scholarship providers for young women in our country. And in my years as a title holder in this organization, I've won nearly $10,000 in scholarship. So this organization has changed my life, and it's, again, an honor to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you I'm going to express our sincere gratitude to you for making a meaningful impact in Santa Clara. And you've been to so many events. It's amazing. I think you've been to many more than any I've ever seen.
You'll keep seeing me for the next few months.
To help out and to be there and to talk to everyone and to take pictures. And what I like about the Miss Santa Clara organization is the empowerment of young women. And for so many reasons, educational and everything else. But congratulations on your placing in Miss California. And I also understand there's something else going on.
Oh yeah, I got engaged last weekend. So that's pretty exciting. I won't be a miss for much longer. So yeah.
So Kimberly, if you'd like to join us, we have a commendation for you that we'd like to present.
Exciting.
So if you're used to taking pictures, but we'd be honored to take a picture with you right up front here.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Vice Mayor Park, you have something to say?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Ms. Vernon for representing the city. I've actually seen her at so many different events, whether it's grand opening for a new business. It's not just the big events, it's also small events too, and I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the support that she's had. I want to also congratulate you on your, moving forward the next step of life. And if we can get other people involved, we can get more people like you coming to council, I'm sure other people will show up for lots of reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express again my congratulations to Kimberly. I was so happy to see your post on social media about your engagement, and just so excited for you because you're just such a wonderful ambassador to the Miss Santa Clara program, but as well as just the Miss America program. As has been expressed, you have been at so many events. I can easily understand how you surpassed your goal of 40 in a matter of 4 months, and no doubt you will probably surpass the 100 goal as well. But thank you so much for just putting, Santa Clara on the map and just being such a wonderful representative and just a wonderful even role model, to our young girls, that are coming up, and it's so important that they have somebody that they can look up to and relate to. And you just express so much of that, with all that you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so for our next special order of business, Miss Santa Clara is going to have to change the name on her sash. Santa Clara, for our next item, I have to put the names of the songs in. I am wonderstruck. Santa Clara has hosted Taylor Swift at Levi's Stadium, beginning with the 1989 World Tour in 2015, followed by the Reputation Stadium Tour in 2018, and the Eras Tour in 2023. Discover Santa Clara, the city's official destination marketing organization, along with many fans, have shared ideas with the city to commemorate the upcoming tour. Taylor Swift has the most #1 albums on the Billboard 200 for a female artist. She has been enchanting fans in Santa Clara and throughout the region with her incredible talent as an international superstar. This evening, we present a proclamation to rename our city to Swifty Clara and name Taylor Swift as honorary mayor on July 28th and 29th. I believe we have Christine Lawson, CEO and President of Discover Santa Clara, online with us. Christine, are you online? There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Christine.
Sorry, I'm in a hotel room in Miami, which is probably not the best background, but I wanted to call in and just say a couple of things. One, I want to thank Mayor Gilmore, who has been a tremendous support in this effort of the proclamation for Taylor Swift. While Taylor Swift is an impressive individual and a performer that has, an incredible reputation and an incredible reach, I think it's also important to point out that the Federal Reserve came out recently to say that the Eras Tour has brought $5 billion of economic impact worldwide. So, her coming back to Santa Clara is really important for us. Again, it showcases the city in a really positive way to a unique audience and a diverse audience of individuals that will be at the show and be introduced to the city. And that really does feed into what we do at Discover Santa Clara, which is really about making sure that we have a very robust sales and marketing plan, and that we're really talking about how fantastic Santa Clara is and all of the reasons that you would come and be part of our city. So I wanted to thank Mayor Gilmore. She did a great video for us and for the city, and has just been a great team player. And I'm very excited about this. I think it will go a long way. And these type of events, along with other types of events, are really what's going to continue to get us more exposure as a city and really start to draw different and more diverse groups of customers into the city that will have strong economic impact and get more exposure. So very excited about this.
Thank you so much, Christine. We appreciate it. And she's her own, worldwide economic engine for the country. It really is truly amazing, the reach of this performer. And I know that we are celebrating the Swiftie spirit, and those are the names of her followers. They're the Swifties, and so we're thrilled to host an artist whose devotion to music and empowerment set such a positive example for so many people of all ages in the world, and that's why we're doing this. So, and not to mention the fact that the Swifties have been after me on Twitter and everywhere else for Santa Clara to do something just like the other cities, and every city that she's performed in. They've done some very interesting things. So this is our way of honoring her and this tour and all the economic advantage that it brings to our city. So thank you for coming up with this.
Of course.
All right, so I have the proclamation. Are we playing the video or not? Pardon me? Yeah.
You ready for the video?
I have to be ready. It's a,
You have the great blazer on. You're
all
ready.
I can say is they made me do it, okay?
The great video.
Let it roll. It's me. Hi, Mayor Gilmore. It's me. I'm enchanted to share news that will make your wildest dreams come alive. July 28th and 29th will be the best days because Taylor Swift is bringing her Eras Tour to our city. In honor of this incredible talent about to grace the stage at Levi Stadium, we are renaming our beloved city for 2 unforgettable days. During this time, Santa Clara will become Swifty Clara as we embrace the Swifty fever, sweeping the nation and the world. So get ready to see sparks fly as the crowds in the stand went wild and to shake it off while being part of an unforgettable experience at Levi Stadium. But that's not all. To commemorate this momentous occasion, I am humbled to declare Taylor Swift as the honorary mayor of Swifty Clara during her stay. So join us, Swifty Clara, as we dance like we're 22, like we're made of starlight, and scream to be heard in unison. These days will be golden as we write a chapter in our city's history. Let's create a love story that echoes through the ages. Swifty Clara, you're our evermore. All right, that was it. Okay, I've turned beet red, but all I can say is that was fun. It was really fun, and I want to thank the Tyler in the Parks and Recreation Department for making me this Swifty Clara bracelet so that I can wear it during the tour, and for all of our staff. And believe me, there are Swifties on our staff here in Santa Clara. Yes, I'm looking at some of you, especially these two over here. There's a lot of fans around that I found out, and I have children, so I grew up with her music, and so there's Swifties in my own household. So I have this proclamation for her, and we'll make sure that she gets it when she's here in town. And I think that's it for now. I think we have some council comments. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I find that song on YouTube, iTunes or YouTube that you did? I'm kidding.
The next one will be a dance video.
Oh,
you just watch.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Well, I'm very excited to have this. From in the past, before I was ever on this council, I heard, the rumor that, Santa Clara and Taylor, never want to get back together again. Well, never say never. Here we are today. And I'm really glad that, Taylor is here because, I think Christine Lawson just mentioned it a moment ago, which is, Santa Clara is going to be in the spotlight, and this is an economic impact generator. I think, what we did back in November of 2021 by changing the curfew, this is an exciting thing that why we did it, is it's this concert on Sunday night. We're going to be making money. Everyone's going to be here in the city of Santa Clara. And, it's funny because I will be there on Sunday the 29th because it is my husband's birthday, and my husband is a Swiftie. I was a little concerned when we first met and how much he loved Taylor Swift. We actually met during one of the albums, 1989, back in 2015. It actually came out in 2014, but I met him in 2015. And then we first started dating during the album of Lover, so that's really memorable. And the concern was how much he loved Taylor, but I love him. So I'm really excited. I will be there on Sunday to help celebrate his birthday, as well as help celebrate seeing Taylor Swift here in the city of Santa Clara. So again, I'm excited, and I'm glad to see that we are naming our city Swifty Clara and naming the Taylor Swift the honorary mayor of our city.
Councilmember Becker, please don't go on Sunday because they're Friday and Saturday are the concert. Don't go on Sunday.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
Whatever day
Friday,
he says
Saturday.
the ticket.
Okay? Or you can hand me your tickets, okay?
Ask him.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. I'd like to ask if City Clerk, if Michael Barkley is online. Michael Barkley is online.
Do you have comments, Vice Mayor?
I do.
Go ahead, make
I'd like
them.
to ask if Michael Barkley is online because Michael Barkley from Menlo Park, who actually started his family's fixation with Taylor Swift back in 2015 at the 1989 World Tour here at Levi Stadium, and then continued that in 2018 at the Reputation Stadium Tour, and he's coming to the Eras Tour in the coming weeks. But he's the one that brought to our attention what the Taylor Swift Army had been doing at other tour locations. In fact, Swifty Clara is the name that he suggested. And I just want to make sure that, we want to make sure that internally, and I fought for this, that we did not lose the request that came from, basically one person. I mean, I looked at the number of online posts on Twitter and Facebook, and there are quite a few, but we had one person, Michael Barkley, asking for this internally, right? And it's a shame that we couldn't make the discussions even more public, and I'm so happy that Mr. Barkley was able to make his input stick. And as we discussed over the phone, when you come down to the city, I have a city pin for both you and your daughter. Enjoy your show. And Taylor, if you come down, we probably have a city pin for you as well. But thank you very much. And if Michael Barkley is online, if he has something to say, I'd love for him to say it. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Great video. I'd like to know how many song titles you got in that video because I picked up quite a few of them. I think whoever put that together for you was very creative and just a great way to share the excitement of the concert coming to town. I will also add that I understand there are 350 million Swiftie followers. And so I would say that, and I'm hoping that as a result of your video, that you're going to pick up a couple million of those followers. And I know my daughter is a Swiftie, and so, but she already follows you. So, but anyway, it's a great video. Thank you for putting it together and working with the DMO, and look forward to hearing the outcome of the concert. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm now going to go to public members. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to say something? Please come forward. Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I will be there Friday and Saturday to meet them all again. I met them last time they came in. So quite a load of characters coming to the concert with their moms and all the little girls, and I can see why you guys call it Swiftie, because they were Swiftie. But I'm looking forward to seeing them all again. It was great seeing them last time, and it will be great seeing them again. And Tyler will be there. He already told me he's going to the concert. So
I want to go with them. Okay.
oh, he didn't invite
I saw
you?
a T-shirt that said "Dads are Swifties too." So
He didn't invite you?
no.
I'll talk to him Friday. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? All right. We have online. We have. Oh yes, please. Welcome.
Funny when you mentioned about the Taylor Swift. One of my daughter lives in Tokyo, Japan. She's a journalist, and got a call from her, and she goes, "Dad, I'm coming over." And I go, "Oh, great, to visit." She goes, "No, Dad, I'm trying to get the tickets for the Taylor Swift." So she's coming all the way from Tokyo to see Taylor Swift, spend 2 days here, and take off again. So I want to thank her for doing that. At least I get my daughter to visit here for a little bit instead of us going over there.
Well, that's
So
fantastic.
thank you. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
And I'm not going to, well, let's go to the public first. We have Taylor Swift 13.
With your words like knives and swords and weapons that you use against me, you. You. With your nails on chocolate, telling me out and you and me. You can just no place. It's you what you do.
Is that, oh, more? Okay, it's not really clear. Hello? Taylor Swift 13?
Gotta be so mean.
It's the mean song, yeah. I recognize it, yeah. Well, thank you for that. All right, we have Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, hello. Let's see, can I start my video? I don't know, I'm sorry. The video isn't working.
What's that?
He says he wants to start a video, or his video.
Okay. We have a video, but no sound. No sound.
Yes, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, good. So, Vice Mayor Park, thank you very much for those kind comments. Mayor Gilmore, that was a wonderful video. I loved it. I really want to congratulate the city for doing something no other city can do on this tour. It's the Santa Clara is the only city with that's 2 words and where the first word starts with an S. So Swifty Clara is a great way to honor Taylor Swift. I've enjoyed her, as Vice Mayor Park said, seeing her at Levi Stadium twice before, and looking forward to seeing her Saturday, the 29th. Although I live in Menlo Park, I'll be glad to come down to Santa Clara and spend a lot of money. I'll be staying at the Santa Clara Hilton. And so thank you all very much. And I strongly urge that the proclamation be adopted. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? And I'm not going to confirm nor deny that the city manager had anything to do with that name. I'm not going to. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. That was fun. We'll make sure this gets to her. All right. So the next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. I want to say for the record, I'll be abstaining on item 3G, the Liberty Tower part of that, and 3H, which was the SCS parade, since my office and my property is close to both of those, too close to both of those items. So for the record, I'd like to abstain on those 2 items.
Mayor, I can't seem to raise my hand, but I would like to separate 3G into 2 separate items. I need to recuse on the Liberty Tower, half of that, because my home is within 1,000 feet of the Liberty Towers, but I would like to vote on the Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley.
I did the same thing. I only recused on the Liberty Tower portion of 3G, so.
Okay, that's
Okay.
what I'm doing.
All right, is there anyone pulling anything? I don't have any hands. If not, anyone in the audience pull a consent calendar item? City manager, did you, or, okay, you look like you wanted to say something. Okay.
I just wanted to affirm that I'm comfortable with the bifurcation of item 3G, with the record reflecting both you and Member Jane abstaining on 3G Contract 1, but participating in the decision on 3G Contract 2.
Thank you. You have that, City Clerk?
Yes.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, noting those 2 abstentions?
I'd like to make a motion for the consent calendar to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you also identify your conflict on item 3H?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I was distracted.
Yes, duly noted.
Okay. I can't hear you.
Are you not able to cast your vote?
Oh, we have to, what was that?
For the motion?
I don't have it on mine, so.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not showing it. And that passes unanimously. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You know, someday we'll go back to the old buttons and the lights because it was so predictable. Do you want to take mine? Okay, thanks. All right, so our next item is, hold on a second, please. Doing this manually. Public presentations. Those are items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public presentations? Anybody here in the audience? Public presentation, please come forward.
We have Wesley.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Wes Mukuyama, a resident of this city for almost 49 years in August. Once referred to as that old Japanese man who, along with his colleagues, sued for district voting against at-large voting, upholding the California Voting Rights Act. Councilmember Becker, we are pleading you not to resign. Stay strong and diligent. Do not back down from the mayor and mob minion petitioners asking you to do so. Remember, you are innocent until proven guilty. Why did a lame grand jury not find out who the other leakers were between October 5th and October 10th, when the grand jury report was given to the San Francisco Chronicle and the Mercury News on October 7th? They certainly put a target on your back and have attempted to try and convict you in the two newspapers. The DA's office terrorized and ransacked your house twice with officers pointing guns at you, an elected city official, before they entered your house. We know who those perpetrators were. The mayor's office and the police chief's Police Officers Association colluding with an overambitious DA, Jeff Rosen. Know that we have your back and will support you to the end. We cannot allow the greed of obtaining power, of political assassination stop you from advocating for the homeless against the NIMBYs. In your pursuit of speaking up for the underrepresented, people of color, women, LGBTQ, the mentally ill, older adults, and disabled. Let us not continue fighting for our civil rights as we did in 2017. Councilman Becker, continue to speak up for equality and never give up. In reference to due process of law, we must allow this process to take its course. Thank you for your service. And since 2018 and 2020, you and the new council members that I see here have made the necessary visible changes for a better Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience? Please come forward.
We have Al Gonzalez.
Is this Al? Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Mayor, Council. I just retired. This is great. I have time to do other things now. Close to my heart is the issue of pedestrian and bicycle safety. So this is an old-style neighborhood issue. I live pretty much on the corner of Cabrillo and Calabasas. So we walk the loop from Calabasas up to El Camino, back down Calabasas, up to Monroe, and then we double back. The issue is all the crosswalks are different. We have double crosswalks. We have ramps where the line that goes halfway across the street is on the far side of the ramp, so the cars actually drive through the walking area before they consider stopping. So I'm trying to pitch the simple notion of just taking all the crosswalks on Calabasas and just making them double lines. In my corporate experience, a double line is a clear walking path for a pedestrian, forcing cars to take note, especially cars making a right-hand turn. They have a line there so they can actually start looking to stop and looking for pedestrians. In the city of Santa Clara, I've been struck on my bicycle 3 times. I'm a cyclist. I'm aware of my surroundings. I made radical moves, careened off these cars, had a chance to speak with every one of them before they went driving off. Pedestrians and cyclists just are not seen. They're not seen in the background where drivers are looking for the massive cars and trucks. A pedestrian or a cyclist is a very narrow, item in a backdrop that is continuously moving for drivers. So a double yellow line, like I said, is a safety crosswalk, a walking trail for pedestrians. So I've already made contact with the engineers. I just started this project. I made contact with the engineers. I'm looking to make contact with the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. So I've just started this. This council meeting was just perfect for, just putting it out to the rest of everybody else. I've worked in engineering, so I don't want to be the outsider telling people, why did you miss this? I mean, we're catching this as, as members of the public. I just want to put it out there as just a project for the consideration of the city of Santa Clara. So thank you. My email already went to engineering. They're hopefully going to start, and if I put it within your minutes, maybe it'll filter down to engineering and the bicycle committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Al. Our city manager has heard you, and we just appointed bicycle pedestrian committee members last night.
Yeah, I saw that last night. I would love to.
So please attend a meeting, and you're on the radar of our city manager as well. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Mike.
It is confusing in that area. I find it confusing, so thank you.
My email address is on the card I just filled out. So
all right, very good.
Please get a hold of me. Thank you.
Thank you for visiting us. Thank you. Any other public presentations? Okay. Howard, were you going to, or no? Okay, thank you. I always look like people are going to stand up. All right, very good. We're going to move on now to, we don't have any consent items pulled for discussion. Public hearing, item number 4, action on a rezone from PD planned development to MH heavy industrial for the properties located at 700 Matthew Street to allow reestablishment of industrial use for the property for a metal fabrication and spinning business. City manager.
Sure. I'll give a quick introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. The item that is before you tonight is a rezoning of an industrial property at the request of the property owner who is here tonight with their representatives. As you'll see in the presentation, the property includes 3 distinct parcels, and there are 2 structures on the property, and the proposal calls for interior remodel and exterior modifications without an expansion of the existing property. In June of this year, this item went to the Planning Commission for review, and your Planning Commission took various actions that will be discussed in the presentation tonight. They approved a variance for parking and landscape as well as a off-site parking agreement. The item before you tonight is a CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act exemption, as well as action on the rezoning request, and that action is recommended for approval by both staff and the Planning Commission. I'll turn the presentation over to our Community Development Director, Andrew Crabtree, that will take us through a few slides before supporting your policymaking decision.
Thank you, City Manager. Director Crabtree, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you to the City Manager for introducing the item. And as mentioned, this is a request to rezone the subject parcel from planned development to heavy industrial, which we refer to as the MH zoning district. And the site is located on the south side of Matthew Street, just to the east of Lafayette Street. The site may be familiar to you. It was previously the location of off-the-wall soccer. I know that I spent a few Saturday mornings there. Imagine you may have as well. The general plan for the site is heavy industrial. It's consistent sort of with the industrial location. And the site area is about 65,000 square feet. And this zoning does apply to 2 industrial buildings. So the applicant is proposing to use those buildings for a heavy industrial use. Quality Metal Spinning is the name of the business. And as mentioned, they would be making some improvements onto the interior of the building in support of that manufacturing assembly use. They would also be making improvements to the site, modernizing the site from like an ADA standpoint, putting in the sidewalk and so forth. So some site improvements are included in their project. The existing zoning in place as a planned development zoning includes 3 parcels, and it was really set up specifically to allow the recreational use off-the-wall soccer, so permitted on one of the sites while the other 2 remained in an industrial use. There are shared parking arrangements in place between the 2. And the Planning Commission, as part of their earlier action on the item, did approve a variance, recognizing that the site, as it's already existing, doesn't comply fully with the city's parking and setback landscaping requirements. But again, that's reflecting existing conditions, and the project is really returning the site to its original use as an industrial use, consistent with the city's general plan. And the Planning Commission staff are both recommending approval of the exemption for CEQA purposes as well as the rezoning. And staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Very quickly, first off, I was thrilled to see this because it is in our heavy industrial, and not too often do we go back to industrial when things have been set for PD. What I wanted to make clear, what wasn't clear to me when I read through the landscaping, I see that some trees will be put in, but that we have changed the requirements as far as there's no lawn for allowed for industrial that's non-useful, that will not, and it wasn't clear if there was going to be lawn there or if it was just landscaping.
Yeah, so
Well, let's get all the questions.
Okay.
Any more, Councilmember Hardy? Councilmember Jane?
Thank you, Andrew. This facility is going to be operated 24 hours a day, is my understanding. I'm concerned about the noise, and I know that we have noise levels that are lower at nighttime than we do at daytime. So I just wanted to be reassured that that's part of the consideration. I didn't see any mention of noise in the reports.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. My question has to do with the parking. I know I've been over there before, and their parking is quite tight. Do you know about how many employees are going to be working there, and that with this addition, this park sharing, will it still be sufficient enough to accommodate all the employees? Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other council questions, so whenever you're ready, Director,
All right.
you can answer this.
Yes, thank you. And I believe the applicant is here and may want to also speak to the council potentially if you want more expanded response on some of these questions. But the landscaping in place is really more landscaping, not intended for outdoor use as part of sort of the upgrade of the parking lot. We did consider the potential for noise impacts, but as this is really in the middle of a heavy industrial area that's already subject to various noise, it's fairly isolated from any residential uses. That's really where our noise standards kick in, is at that sort of nearest residential property line where that would be a concern. Since the activities would be conducted inside the building for the most part, we would really just be looking at like deliveries and things like that that are very kind of in line with the existing operations, activities out there in that area. So there's not, staff's evaluation, there was not a potential for any impacts related to noise from the rezoning. And then the use is, the change in use is a a reduction in demand from the soccer facility that was there for parking, which could generate significant demand. It's our understanding from working with the applicant that this would be more than sufficient parking for the number of employees. But I don't have a specific number to give you, so if you want that number, I'd ask the applicant to provide that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give the applicant a chance to come forward if they'd like to say anything, especially hearing those questions. Welcome.
Mayor Gilmore and City Council members, thank you for your time. My name is Andrew Sish. I am a Santa Clara resident. I think we moved here in 2006. Really love this city. Went to Santa Clara University, met my wife here. Really enjoy what this city has to offer. We're very excited to move our family business here. And right now, it's a third generation family owned business. We were started in 1967, and we primarily do sheet metal forming and fabrication, primarily for the semiconductor industry. We started working with Applied Materials, it's probably our largest customer. We started working with them in the late 80s, I think 1988 or 89. And we were presented with a contract from them last year that required us to do an expansion. So the first place we looked for a building was in Santa Clara. When we came across this building, we were excited to bring our business to this city that we love. To, I guess, elaborate on our operation that we plan here, we would expect to see in the later phases of this development about 20 employees with a maximum of, say, 35, for which we are, we feel that we have provided plenty of parking. Many of those people do commute in a carpool environment, but we feel that with the existing site conditions, the site is rather tight. We feel like we've done what we can to, I guess, meet the requirements of the city. So really, we would just want to take this time to thank the city staff that has worked with us, the Planning Commission, and then as well as all of you for hearing our project and considering it. And we are available here to answer any questions. We have our design team here as well if there is anything further needed.
Okay, let me ask quickly if there's any members of the council that have questions here of the applicant. I don't see any. So thank you very much. Thank you. So this isn't, who put their, Councilmember Becker? What's that? Oh, so I'm going to go to the public now. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this, either here in the audience or online? City Clerk, do we have anybody online?
We do not.
No one online? Okay. No public presentations. So Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendations. City Attorney, is that appropriate? Okay, very good. Motion second for staff, okay, for staff recommendation. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing back the manufacturing, and it has been other way around after a long time, like we have been changing to PD, different zoning, and this is after a long time, probably we are changing the PD back to manufacturing. And, the goal of for economic viability, it is important that we have manufacturing here in the city and in the region, basically. And I'm glad you're doing that. And it will add a lot of revenue to the city of Santa Clara's sales tax. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome. And I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I just want to say welcome to Santa Clara from a business point of view, and I love the idea of home growing our businesses. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I've probably spent a decade or more in that building of my life, watching soccer, having birthday parties and everything. So I'm glad that it's going to be reused for a family-owned Santa Clara business. So I know it took a lot to get to this point. But I'm glad you're here now. And City Clerk, roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much. I want to thank staff and I want to thank the applicant. Again, I think that the opportunities to grow within Santa Clara, supporting another Santa Clara business, I think these are great things. I also like the fact that we've got the heavy industrial area. We see PD, and usually PD means we don't really have a great use for it with the zoning that it was in previously or currently. And to see something that fits right into the area, you found something that works for you. Again, supporting other businesses, other companies within the city itself. Thank you very much for this. I would encourage everyone to look at all the opportunities in Santa Clara, look at the things that are zone PD, and we've got a lot of open space. We welcome your business. Thank you very much.
Director, do you have something to say before we vote?
Yes, just very
Looked like
quickly,
you
I
had
just
something
wanted
to
to add on for the parking question that is noted in the report. There are 48 parking spaces available to the site. So with the 35 employees, that would exceed the number that they, at full utilization, think they would need.
It'll be a lot less than when we had off-the-wall soccer there.
Certainly.
It was incredible with hundreds of cars around, so it's a less intense use. Thank you. City Clerk, when you're ready. Oh, please register your vote. She was ready. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yay. Okay. All right, next we have item number 5, action on appointments related to a charter review committee and direction to study charter amendment alternatives related to the positions of police chief and city clerk for possible placement on a March 2024 ballot. City Manager.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore, members of the council and the public. The item that's before you now is a follow-up to your discussions and direction that you provided on June 6th to establish a charter review committee for the purpose of discussing and conducting public engagement on the concept of a March 2024 ballot measure to transition the police chief and city clerk positions from elected to appointed. Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bohorquez will provide a recap of the June 6th meeting and discuss the actions that are before you tonight related to appointment of committee members and the council's direction that you would like to provide to the committee. Assistant City Manager.
Welcome.
Good evening. Can I have the slides for item number 5, please? Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bohorquez. I'm going to start by reviewing the action that we took on June 6th. The council decided to establish a 7-member charter review committee with nominations to be with representatives to be nominated by district, with 1 at-large representative nominated by the mayor. Nominees were to be qualified electors, meaning they have the right to vote and have submitted proof of residency. The scope of the committee was to include whether to propose an amendment to the city charter to convert positions of the police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed, and if so, to include recommendations as to the appropriate appointing authority. In terms of process and timeline, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. In terms of process and timeline, the committee is to complete its work with sufficient time to meet the Registrar of Voters deadline of November 27, 2023 for a March 5th, 2024 election. Next slide, please. On July 11th, the council also took action. That item relates to a written petition that is on tonight's agenda as item number 7, which will address the budget for a charter review committee. This item will include an overview of projected expenses should the City Council decide to move forward with appropriating funds for voter research, community engagement, and related electoral costs for a March and/or November ballot. Next slide, please. This slide provides information on the nominees that have been selected. There are, again, an at-large representative nominated by the mayor, and then each council member has submitted a nominee. We have verified their status as qualified electors and are residents of Santa Clara, so these individuals are eligible for appointment. Next slide, please. In terms of the scope of work, during the June discussion, the City Council voted that the CRC scope of work should include a recommendation on the following. Should there be a ballot measure to amend the charter to make the police chief and/or city clerk appointed positions? And if the City Council decides to proceed, whether the position should be appointed by the City Council or City Manager. While not part of the formal council action, the council also discussed that the CRC should conduct a public process to solicit input from the community. The CRC should select a chair and vice chair, as well as finalize a meeting schedule. And the council should could discuss additional scope of work for the CRC tonight, including requirements for an elected police chief and city clerk positions. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, this is the general timeline. There was attached in the report to council a more specific timeline that staff is proposing with individual dates. That would be subject to review by the CRC and finalized by the CRC. But just this provides a general overview of the timeline. So we would complete the selection of the CRC members tonight. We'd have initial meeting the week of August 7th with public input sessions scheduled for the months of August and September. Draft the CRC findings in September-October timeframe, prepare the staff report to council in October-November, and present the findings of the CRC, as well as provide an opportunity for the council to call for an election if appropriate, and that would need to take place in November 23 for a March 2024 election. So the recommendation is to consider the nominees for the Charter Review Committee and provide final direction as to the scope of the committee's work. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you. I was chair of the last Charter Review Committee that the city had. That was over Measure C. That was to determine our district elections. And during that Charter Review Committee, the city attorney was very involved with the process. We also had a consultant, Jean Gobelay, and I would like to make sure that we have appropriate direction to the Charter Review Committee for whether they would draft the language of the ballot measures if they so decide that that's what they want to do. But I think we're being asked to define a scope of work for the Charter Review Committee. I know that we're giving them leeway as to who would appoint them, whether it would be a city manager or the council, and whether they actually want to put on these things on the ballot. That's their choice to make a recommendation. But I also wanted to understand the deadlines that we have. So I know we have a November deadline, but what is the deadline that, say, a language of a ballot measure has to be submitted to the ROV? So that's really what I'm trying to understand is, would the Charter Review Committee be drafting the ballot measure language? Because that was unclear when I was chair of the Charter Review Committee. There was some miscommunication between the city clerk at the time and myself about who would actually be drafting the language of the ballot. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the council? Councilmember Becker.
Sure. I got some comments, no questions. My basic comments are is that the direction and what we should add into this and what we should be looking over for this committee. I want the commission to decide whether it's going to be appointed by the city council or the city manager. I prefer, frankly, the city manager, like most cities do, and it takes away the politics. So I hope that they can make that decision, as well as looking into, I know that, in any situation that staff would be having qualifications or specifications, I would like to see them talk about qualifications, specifications, and requirements for those roles. And besides that, those are pretty much my only comments for now.
Any other council member comments or questions? Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much. I echo Councilmember Becker's request to make sure that we have a discussion about qualifications as well. I think that is well within the I'm hoping it's in the scope of discussion when they talk about whether it's appointed or elected. We've got roles that have responsibilities associated with them, and to talk about the qualifications or the requirements for those roles as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'd like to see that the Charter Review Committee, I want to make sure that they are doing robust public outreach and that they take into consideration the will of the public in making their recommendation to the City Council. All right, I don't see anyone else, so let's go to the public and see if there are, did you have a question?
Do you want me to respond to Councilmember Jane's question or after?
Oh, was there a question?
He asked about who's drafting the language and what the timelines are.
Yeah, go ahead, please, I'm sorry.
So yes, that is the intent, is that the Charter Review Committee would come back with a recommendation on what the proposed ballot measure would include. And in terms of timeline, the deadline for us to submit that information is to the register of voters is November 27th. So you'll see in the timeline that we proposed an initial presentation to the council in the first meeting of November, and then considering the election at the second meeting in November. So that will allow us to meet the November 27th timeline.
If I remember correctly, they may come up with language, but it's the city attorney's office that checks it out. City manager, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address the question or the issue of the Charter Review Committee opining on job requirements. I think it would be appropriate if the position remains elected that your Charter Review Committee discuss and potentially provide recommendations on qualifications for someone to run for office. If the position is appointed, however, whether the appointing authority is the city council or the city manager, typically you would reserve the job requirements and qualifications for a job description that goes to our normal personnel process. It really would be not advisable to have those hard, sort of detailed qualifications for a city position within a charter, because then it can't be changed and ebb and flow with how all of our other job descriptions change. So I just wanted to make that point. It's appropriate if it remains elected to talk about qualifications, but not if it's appointed.
Very good point. Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yes, thank you, City Manager, for providing that input. And that's kind of what I was thinking too, is I don't want to see that language be put into the charter unless it was an elected position. If it's an appointed position, I think that's just, the discussion should, what's the word for it? The robust discussion of those kind of qualifications or concerns. Besides that, actually, never mind. I have no further questions until we move to the next item.
Okay. Anything else, Cynthia, that you'd like to say? Okay. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public that's here that would like to say something? If so, please come forward. Any member of the public online? Do we have anyone online?
There are no hands up, Mayor.
No one's online? Okay. All right.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Councilmember Jane.
I would like to make a motion to accept the 7 people that have been recommended by council members to serve on the Charter Review Committee. And yeah, that's it.
I want to second that.
All right. Did you say, what did you say, Councilmember Hardy? I didn't hear you.
I want to second that.
You want to? Okay, all right, you want to, and you're doing it, okay. So we have, because I heard Councilmember Chahal, so we have a motion by Councilmember Jane and a second by Councilmember Hardy to appoint our recommendations. All right, Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have to include this in the motion to basically say decide whether city manager or council does it? Do we have to include that in the motion, or would that be a friendly
That's what
amendment?
we're asking them to come back with us and make recommendations, so we don't want to tell them what to do right now.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? All right, City Clerk? Oh, City
Madam Mayor, I was just going to
Attorney.
comment on that last statement and the approach to the action taken tonight. It's within council prerogative to give some framework to the Charter Review Commission, and that's part of was the indication of the city council in bringing the item back, of allowing you to evaluate that and provide further direction. Mayor, you were also right to say you could conclude that that should be within, the Charter Review Commission's purview, themselves to evaluate what issues they want to take up and what kind of recommendations that, they may want to make.
So you're saying if the council wants to say now, we want you to make it a city manager appointment, we would vote on that now?
No, that you would ask them to evaluate, that you would communicate to them that you wanted them to evaluate that and make a recommendation back to you. Not your direction to them of what conclusion to reach, but really as presented here in the in staff's presentation, the scope of work, if you will, the kinds of issues you would want to take them to take up, or potentially the kind of issues you wouldn't want them to take up, really just to kind of frame, the discussion. And so, as I understand the motion that's in front of you, perfectly appropriate to take that separately and have that be the only action you take tonight. It would also be appropriate if you wanted to frame out the scope of work, also to provide that framework along the lines that staff presented, or with additional issues or considerations, this council might, agree on by majority. So just wanted to frame that for you, Madam Mayor. Before you proceeded.
Okay, let's start, to make it simple, let's start with just appointing our people. So we have a motion and a second, which was the motion on the floor. And then if the council wants to add additional things, then we can do that. So the motion and a second to appoint our recommendations, and that's, please register your vote.
I think the mover was Councilmember Jane. Yeah.
Are you able to vote?
It's not on my screen, but yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously, so all of our recommendations are officially appointed. Now, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, so if I hear the city attorney correctly, you are saying that we can take up the type of recommendations we want them to make. Not necessarily conclusions to reach, but if we want to say that if there's an elected police chief, these are the requirements that we'd like to see, or actually for any elected role, these are we would like them to take a look at what's required for each role, especially as compared to the roles in other cities or other jurisdictions, and to come back with, a reasonable list of requirements for doing the job. Is that?
If that's the majority of the council's will, that could be one of the instructions you give to this Charter Review Commission to frame their scope.
Understood. Okay. Then I guess I'd like to make the motion that, we direct the Charter Review Committee to also look at the requirements for each role, especially as compared with other cities, other jurisdictions, and come up with requirements for any of the positions that they'd like to remain elected.
I'll second that with a friendly amendment.
I'm willing to hear the amendment.
Okay, my friendly amendment would be to, again, it's not direction to the committee or the commission. It is just basically the discussion, because I hear it in the media, I hear it in the public. The city council is going to appoint. Well, no, they need to discuss that. So it's either the city council appoint or the city manager. I want them to have that discussion.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Okay.
Let me say something, because those are two separate things. One, I heard the maker of the motion say, if it remains elected, because that's the only way you put condition or qualifications, if it remains elected, then he would like to see discussion on qualifications. Councilmember Becker said if it's appointed to be appointed by the city council, city manager. So those are two separate. Can we put them together somehow?
No, and even though they're
Either
different,
appointed,
they're distinct.
If it's appointed, we want to see this, and if it's elected, we want to see this. Can you put that in a motion?
Yeah, so I guess where Councilmember Park is coming from, he wants to have the discussion on if it's appointed. If it's elected, these are the qualifications for the elected person. If it's appointed, it should be similar kind of discussion, even though staff makes those decisions. Secondly, the second part of it should be that the scope of the committee is to look at the options of if city manager or the city council makes those decisions. So it's a twofold thing. It's basically what I was just talking about probably just a few moments ago, which included the same kind of thing that Councilmember Park was motioning for.
Madam Mayor, if I understand kind of the aggregate proposal.
You started it, City Attorney.
Yeah, and with some caution and regret, I shall proceed.
Yes, regret is the word.
The scope of work that was identified in one of the slides, I think even it might be helpful to put that up. There was really a couple questions asked that were primary. Should there be a ballot measure to amend the charter to make the police chief and/or city clerk appointed positions, right? So that's kind of job one. Job two is, as the second bullet point, if the council decides to proceed with eliminating the elected status and go to appointed status, should the position be appointed by the city council or the city manager? That's kind of in effect referral number two, question number two for the Charter Review Commission. As I understand question number three, it's possible this council decides not to proceed with eliminating the position as an elected position, but instead to discuss possible modifications to the charter to change the qualifications for an elected police chief. That would be referral scope of action item number three. So
okay,
the makers are nodding at me, so I think I've captured that.
So I will withdraw my second because I just seeing now that it's in the language. Okay, you confirmed that for me, so that's perfectly fine. So I'll withdraw my withdraw my friendly amendment, but I will continue to support Councilmember Park's motion.
Can you please repeat the motion?
The motion was to direct the CRC that they can take up recommendations for the roles to look at what's required for each role, especially in comparison with other cities, other jurisdictions for the same type of role, and they can they can recommend qualifications, requirements for these roles should the positions remain elected.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
So we're just we're adding this to their scope of work, but we're not directing them to come up with a decision.
That's correct.
Just want to make that clear.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yeah, you're going to have to just raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty, yes. Yes, I just want to clarify. So because this direction is being given, it's scope, but at the same time, the Charter Review Committee still has the final say-so as to whether or not they want to adopt that scope or pursue it. And that's part one of my question.
Madam Mayor, and if that question's for me,
yes,
I will first say that's a great question. Usually with boards or commissions like this, you want to give them some leeway if they want to take up different issues and make different types of recommendations. So I guess my recommendation would be it not be prescriptive, but that you at least give them guidelines on things you want recommendations on. So that's my thought in response to that question. You could be more prescriptive, but typically these types of independent, created commissions for this purpose are given some leeway to evaluate within a reasonable scope, right? They're not going to recommend charter amendments on, some unrelated matter, but within a reasonable scope to take up other related matters.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then, based on what I'm hearing about whether or not a decision is made, whether it's the police chief or the clerk would be appointed or elected, and if elected, then there would be the ability to change the qualifications. If it did come to that, would there be an expert, and I say expert, I'm in terms of like an HR representative to work with the Charter Review Committee to help put those qualifications together? Who would be assigned to helping to give that direction? Thank you.
City Manager,
Sure.
yes.
Through the mayor, Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'll take that. We will assign and have assigned our Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bajorquez, to support the work of the committee. I imagine that I may attend a committee meeting if there are any questions of the City Manager, as well as our HR staff if needed.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard City Attorney mentioning about some recommendations which might come to the City Council from CRC, which has not been defined in the scope of work. I do agree that we have to give them a little bit leeway that they can, if after public input, if they have something which is not covered exactly in our scope of work, what we discussed today, I would say we have to give them a leeway that they can forward their recommendation. Ultimately, the council has to make a decision, but they can bring forward any other recommendation after hearing the public back to council. And that leeway, I would prefer that we give them that leeway, not to follow the scope of work as we are mentioning today, basically. Yeah, anything can be added as per their discussions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, when I was chair of the Charter Review Committee, I was told that ranked choice voting was not to be considered by the committee, which there was never any formal direction. In the end, we did end up talking about ranked choice voting. So I fully agree that the Charter Review Committee should be given leeway as to some topics that they would wish to discuss.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this motion because I think the Charter Review should have a wide berth into what they're looking at. These are pretty simple requests about to elect or not to elect, and then they can go into the details. They're very intelligent people. I've served on Charter Review Committees. I've helped in panel Charter Review Committees. Sometimes they come back with recommendations. Sometimes their recommendations are to do nothing and to keep status quo. So I want to give them the authority to listen to the public and come back with an informed recommendation on these items. I think that they've heard everyone's opinion about what they think, but I don't think that we should be guiding too closely this publicly. It's going to be a high-profile committee, so I think we should let them do their work. They'll know what to do. They're intelligent people. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, so I want a clarification. So what Councilmember Chahal is talking about and Councilmember Jane, does that need to be included in this motion?
What were they talking about that you want to include?
To have a free range to talk about topics, that doesn't need to be included?
It doesn't even need a motion, I don't think. City Manager?
Sure, through the mayor. I think a few times free range or broad discretion has been mentioned. I just want to clarify that it's discretion around the topic that you're presenting to them, which is a elected chief or a elected city clerk. I just want to make that clarification.
Okay, so with all that discussion, did I go to the public already? It's not even late, and I can't remember if I went to the public. I don't think so. So is there any?
You did.
Did I go to the public already? Yes. Okay. So can you tell me what the motion is on the floor again? And Vice Mayor Park, what is your motion again? And then there was a second by Councilmember Becker.
May I read what I've
Oh, yes,
captured
go
so
ahead,
far?
read,
And then you could tell me if I need to change that. That the Charter Review Committee, in their scope of work, include to determine if the positions of Chief of Police and City Clerk be appointed positions by the City Council or City Manager or be elected, look at the specifications and qualifications of each role comparable to other cities, and recommend additional qualifications as it relates to the positions.
Is that it?
To the maker of the motion?
So my wording is a little bit different, but basically that's captured. I do have some additional things that I'd like to bring up.
That was what we impaneled in the first place. All right, and Councilmember Becker, you're all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. When you're ready, City Clerk.
Oh, wait, I had another.
Oh. Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, I mean, I've had my hand up for a while, but it keeps being put down by
It goes up and down, up and
No,
down.
I don't put
so-
it down.
I'm sorry, I
don't
put it
touch
down. I thought you had
so
already
If that's what you're
spoken.
alluding to, I don't touch any of that.
I'm just saying,
so.
I put it up and I don't get called. So I want to clarify where they get advice, meaning I think that in some cases, the CRC has been limited by the people they get advice from. I would like some mechanism by which if they need advice or they would like external input, they can get it from experts even outside of city staff. For example, if there is a question about, I'm just saying, mangoes or pineapples, that they can get somebody who is an expert or somebody who is versed in mangoes and pineapples to present or at least give them information. And as soon as we say that, I'm assuming that also increases budget or something like that. But I want to make sure that there's a mechanism that they're told that they can seek advice from outside of the city or they seek advice from appropriate sources if they have questions.
City Manager, go ahead and answer that, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Park, in response to your question, this will be a staff-led process. We will certainly professionally support the committee. Certainly, in an item you have later tonight, there is a budget appropriation to support the process. I think the budget for that is sufficient. I will say that if there is a question that staff cannot answer professionally, and know you have my commitment that we will be independent arbiters and give them our best professional recommendations. If there's something that we can't answer, we can certainly look at going out and providing a outside person or expert or consultant to provide them with advice. I do want to say, sort of within reason, we are on a very strict timeline. Information does need to be provided to the Registrar of Voters 88 days before the election, and we have to support your decision-making process as the elected body. And so we're going to need to process through this in the timeline that's proposed. But certainly we will support them professionally. And about them getting information from other places, it's important to note that this will be a Brown Act body. Their meetings will need to be conducted in public, and similar to how you receive information, we can't have people going out getting information or meeting individually. It really will need to be done at the meetings, and so we'll appropriately manage and support the body to do that.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. And to echo those remarks from my department will be providing staff support to this group as well. I think that's integral, to the process, and we'll take that very seriously and obviously work with City Manager, and his group to make sure they've got all the legal framework and understanding, they need in order to make appropriate recommendations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And in the past, in any Charter Review Committee, if the Charter Review Committee needs or requests outside professional consultation from someone, we've always been very flexible to get that and get all the information needed for them to make a decision. And again, these meetings are public, so I expect robust public participation in these events as well. And it'll be open to the public. And usually they're here and televised as well for the people that would like to attend. So, all right, we have now a motion and a second to add those additional things on to the request to the Charter Review Committee. Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right. Thank you. Thank you, staff. All right. And Cynthia, thank you. Thank you for your report. All right. Moving on is item number 6, action to approve introduction of an ordinance amending the Santa Clara City Code to create a limited-term pilot project regulating vending upon certain public sidewalks and pedestrian paths surrounding Levi Stadium on event days, including the waiver of certain business and permit fees. City manager or executive director. Are we executive or city manager?
Concurrent.
Both. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council and the public. The item that you're discussing is both a discussion and a proposed action to amend a city ordinance that regulates vending on public sidewalks and pedestrian paths near Levi Stadium. As we begin this item, it's important to say that sidewalk vending is a normal and some would say a cherished component of attending a sporting event or concert in Santa Clara and across the country. There are some vendors that follow the rules. Unfortunately, there are vendors that don't follow the rules. And our discussions here tonight and the proposed actions are really targeted at those vendors that do not follow the rules, that create public health and safety concerns, and that create significant negative externalities in our community. And so the item today will be presented by Captain Luis Martin of the Santa Clara Police Department, supplemented by City Attorney Guggens, and I will now turn it over to our Police Captain, Martin.
Thank you, Captain. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, and our community. My name is Luis Martin. I'm a police captain with the City of Santa Clara, and I oversee the Field Operations Division, but I did oversee the Special Operations Division for the past 4 years. Captain Richard Fitting previously presented to you on this item, and back in April. However, he could not be here. He's at training in Quantico, Virginia. Today, I will be presenting an update on this item related to sidewalk vending activities around Levi's Stadium. And I will continue speaking, but I'll also wait for this.
We'll get that up for you right now.
As background, our existing code, city code, prohibits unpermitted businesses. However, in 2019, SB 946 decriminalized sidewalk vending and imposed restrictions on manners in which enforcement could occur. Subsequently, the City Attorney's Office provided a legal update to the Police and Park and Recreations Departments, describing the newly imposed restrictions on enforcement in our respective roles associated with such. At various points throughout the past year, a local proprietor, Mr. Howard Gibbons, spoke to the council regarding the permit enforcement, in particular regarding street vendors at or near Levi Stadium on event days. At the April 18th council meeting, Captain Fitting and Chief Assistant City Attorney Reuter presented various options to council. The health, safety, and welfare concerns regarding sidewalk vending around Levi Stadium were documented, and the details of SB 946 were articulated, as were enforcement, including that it remains decriminalized and is instead administrative. Council took action and recommended staff proceed as following. This was the April 18th council direction we received. Prepare a temporary ordinance amendment and permit process for stadium event days that would define areas where sidewalk vending could not occur due to health and/or safety concerns within a to-be-determined stadium footprint. The ordinance should also contain provisions to prohibit vending in parking lot areas associated with a stadium event. The temporary ordinance should be established for a pilot period of August 2023 to January 2024 to evaluate impacts. At that time, the Santa Clara Police Department should return to the City Council with recommendations for implementation for the 2024 concert and NFL seasons, as well as how the ordinance may need to be amended to apply to other areas of the city, such as city parks. This item presents the pilot program ordinance for city and council action. As part of the process for your approval of the code amendment, this RTC is intended to provide information regarding the proposed changes to the city code, as well as other relevant information, such as defined stadium footprint for prohibited vending areas, a communication plan. I think we're at slide 4. An enforcement plan, potential partnerships with stakeholders, modifications to existing permitting process, a pilot program for free and tax waivers, and post-pilot project considerations. Information gained during this pilot program will be utilized to return to the City Council with recommendations for additional ordinance amendments and/or possible citywide implementation. Next slide. Thank you. This next slide is going to be presented by our city attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Martin. Mayor, Council. For context now and a better understanding of why you need to enact new laws to address this problem, I want to step back for a moment and provide a brief overview of SB 946, a refresher, if you will, since Sue Reuter from my group provided you a fairly detailed presentation on this very subject back in April. Sue tonight is on a well-deserved vacation. She would ordinarily be doing this presentation. I am filling in for her. As a result, I think I have a significantly reduced number of slides as part of this presentation. SB 946 provides a variety of things. First of all, the legislature's stated purpose for SB 946 was to promote entrepreneurship and economic opportunities for immigrants and low-income communities by releasing or relaxing the rules for certain types of street vendors. They did this as a matter, they said, as a matter of statewide concern, which I think, as you all know by now, is the state's indication that they intend to preempt charter cities and have this rule apply both to general law cities and to charter cities like the city of Santa Clara. The certain vendors covered by SB 946 are food and merchandise vendors operating from non-motorized stand or cart. It's operated on public sidewalks or pedestrian paths. The classic example of this is the hot dog cart, but it can really be any type of non-motorized cart selling either food or merchandise. The core limitation in this is with respect to these types of vendors operating on public sidewalks and parks is that local regulations are now limited only to those types of regulations that directly address objective health, safety, and welfare concerns. In other words, what are commonly known as time, place, and manner restrictions. In this mode, the local jurisdictions can still regulate things like hours of operation, specific locations of where these types of businesses can be within these public rights of way, and reasonable permit requirements. However, local jurisdictions cannot prohibit the activity entirely. They cannot limit the total of number of vendors in the city, and they cannot impose regulations based on minimizing adverse economic impacts on other types of businesses. Those types of things are not allowed. Again, only time, place, manner restrictions based on identified health, safety, and welfare impacts. The kicker to these limits really is now the preemption and the prohibition on criminal penalties, and the requirement that if you are going to impose monetary fines, they can only be imposed in accordance with a set fine schedule. As you all know, generally, our municipal code otherwise can be enforced criminally. It's usually reserved only for the serious, very severe offenders, but violations of the municipal code can be prosecuted as criminal infractions or even misdemeanors. And the types of penalties that you can impose can be significant, potentially thousands of dollars, right, for more serious offenses per offense. No longer under SB 946, not allowed to do that. There are also provisions that require local jurisdictions who regulate in this area need to provide for a determination process where even if fees are imposed, up to 80% of those fees could be waived based upon hardship or other circumstances. So next slide, please. As you might imagine, this type of preemption creates some significant challenges for your staff in trying to manage this issue. The current city codes governing state street vendors at this time does not align with the requirements of SB 946, and therefore, throughout the city, they are substantially unenforceable. In addition, SB 946 provides really a variety of different, in some areas, very specific regulations on how you can regulate these types of vendors under different circumstances. There are some general rules that apply across the city, but there's also specific rules regarding how you regulate these types of users in parks, at farmers markets or swap meets, and then even some particular rules regarding temporary special permit areas. As you know and you've heard generally, and obviously specifically with respect to Levi Stadium, the police and the Parks and Recreation Department have identified multiple safety concerns associated with sidewalk vendors. Without criminal enforcement, the tools to deal with bad actors and the actions that can be taken out in the field by code enforcement or the police department against violators are highly limited. And with the prescribed limited fine schedule, the repercussions of being in violation of these types of rules are relatively minor, of minor consequence. Specifically, these are general concerns, but now specifically at Levi Stadium, as you know, events there attract large crowds. They also attract a large number of unlicensed vendors, including bad actors, and this creates substantial adverse impacts on event days. I'm now going to turn it back over to Captain Martin to highlight the specifics of some of these concerns as they arise at Levi Stadium. And this is important because this is exactly, these types of issues are exactly what give you the legal basis to at least regulate to some extent in these high problem areas. Captain Martin.
Thank you, City Attorney. Captain?
Thank you. This slide here, we're going to cover our concerns. Stadium health, safety, and welfare, like the City Attorney just mentioned. To review, there are a number of health and safety welfare concerns as noted in April, including traffic congestion, Americans with Disability Act issues, inadequate waste disposal, tripping hazards, hot cooktops without safety clearances, fire extinguishing devices are not there, flammable hazards, inappropriate merchandise sales, unregulated alcohol sales, and unsafe food handling. From a public perspective, one of the largest impacts the police department encounters relates to egress congestion. Next slide, please. This slide here depicts photographs that many of you may have already seen on the April 18th meeting when Captain Fitting was here. The only new photograph we have here in this collage is the top left photograph. That photograph there shows an impromptu or pop-up bar, so that includes alcoholic beverages. The going clockwise direction, the next photograph on the center top, that depicts 3 vending carts. The next photograph on the right top shows alcoholic beverages being sold by vendors. The bottom right shows a great example of traffic congestion. This here is on Tasman, and you see a series of both alcohol sales vendors and hot dog vendors with those same carts. This is part of the problem we see where a planned exit route or egress route for pedestrians is congested with these illegal vendors. The last photograph on the bottom left shows a lot of food, a storage area for food, and it displays food storage concerns. Obviously, it's not temperature controlled, so that brings another level of concern for us. Next slide. This image here, we chose to feature it to show another angle or image of how vendors do impact egress. This is the case for one of our parking lots, Green Lot 1. This is in between what we call canopies 5 and 6, those white tiers you see, carport type roofs. Those are canopies, that's canopy 5 and 6. And this is just outside a pedestrian bridge, leaving gate C of the stadium. Similar safety concerns take place at each egress and transportation point. As you can see, it can create a bigger safety concern. Next slide.
Did you want to do this slide?
No,
okay.
I was prepared to.
Oh, okay.
So, no. Now our city attorney.
Very good. The last legal slide, give you the framework of the changes you're being asked to make tonight to the municipal code. Really two primary changes. One is to modify chapter 9.05.165 of the code. That chapter, as you may realize, details rules of conduct at the stadium and in the parking lots adjacent to the stadium. It also happens to include prohibitions on peddling on the sidewalks adjacent to the stadium. Under SB 946, you can no longer prohibit those types of activities. You can regulate them, but within defined parameters. So the first thing that you're being asked to do tonight is revise this chapter to say those activities are not allowed except as allowed pursuant to the terms of the pilot program. The second action, amending chapter 5.05 to add article 4, the stadium pilot program creates the program that allows you to regulate those areas. There's a variety of different elements to this. Captain Martin in a minute will dive into a little bit more of the details of it, but generally the regulations apply to event days where these types of activities are rampant. They identify certain areas where these types of sales activities are prohibited, the kind of high sensitivity, areas that may affect ingress, egress, and implicate other safety concerns. They apply to certain hours of operation. 2 hours prior to an event, those activities are prohibited, and 2 hours after an event, those activities are prohibited. Within that lawful operation period, in order to be a qualified vendor, you still need to obtain a permit from the city. You still need to demonstrate proof that you've obtained health permits and food handler training as required, under the county health program. Sale of alcohol beverages is prohibited from these types of carts, and that type of activity can be prohibited. Vendors need to operate in compliance with ADA rules, and there's another, the new administrative penalty structure, again prescribed by the state, is now built in and incorporated into our ordinance so that those penalties are set forth. So that's the legal request for you to modify your code. Back to Captain Martin to discuss the details of this and what it really means on the ground.
Thank you.
As we enter the 10th football season year at Levi Stadium, the police department collaborated with other departments to identify locations with health, safety, and welfare concerns, or would-be locations of concern, should vendors shift to using alternate locations within this footprint. The locations I'd like to highlight, as you see on the slide here, we have Tasman Drive from Great America Parkway to Calle del Sol, Tasman Drive eastbound off-ramp to Stars and Stripes Drive. This is the slip ramp pictured in one of those collage items. Tasman Drive stairway to Stars and Stripes Drive. Great America Parkway from Bunker Hill Drive to Patrick Henry Drive. Stars and Stripes Drive from the Tasman Drive eastbound off-ramp to Bill Walsh Way. The San Tomas Aquino Creek from Great America Parkway to Agnew Road. And then finally, the Old Glory Lane east of Great America Parkway. The next slide will highlight exactly what I just described. The color coordination in this slide is unique. I have a laser pointer that I'll address. I'll do both the screen facing council and then outward-facing screen as well. So there it is. The orange dashes there indicate the street or sidewalk restricted areas. So when I speak of the Great America south of Bunker Hill, so it would start here down to Patrick Henry. This here is Old Glory. So we've identified east of Great America. This is Tasman here. East of Great America through Calle del Sol. And then Stars and Stripes, this is the slip ramp that connects Tasman to Stars and Stripes. That's included as well. And then south of that point to Bill Walsh Way. The creek is identified in a blue dashed line. We want to make sure that is free and clear because there is a lot of pedestrian, despite it being an event day, there's a lot of use that day, as we're all familiar with. So we've included the creek there as well. So again, on this screen here for people in the public, we have Great America from Bunker Hill down to Patrick Henry. At Great America, Old Glory East. Tasman from Great America to Calle del Sol. The slip ramp from Tasman to Stars and Stripes, and then also down to Bill Walsh Way, the blue dashes being the creek there. As outlined in this report to council, there are public right-of-way areas which are still available for vending. Those examples include Old Glory, Old Ironsides north of Old Glory, and Stars and Stripes north of Tasman Drive slip ramp. Those locations have had vendors previously and will likely continue to do so, but based on analysis for this pilot project, these locations do not impede health, safety, and welfare of the public in such a manner to necessitate inclusion in this amendment. Those areas that I just identified briefly in an extended fashion, Tasman Drive, the next slide, we're going to stay on this slide, but the next slide is going to show this list of areas that will still be allowed for sidewalk vending. That's Tasman Drive west of Great America Parkway, Tasman Drive east of Calle del Sol, Great America Parkway north of Bunker Hill Lane, Great America south of Patrick Henry Drive, Old Glory Lane west of Great America Parkway, Old Ironsides Drive, and then Stars and Stripes north of Tasman Drive. If you could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. I've chosen to identify these areas I just covered with red zones or red dots, but essentially it would be, this is Old Ironsides. The entire stretch of Old Ironsides would be open for vending locations. This is Old Glory west of Great America. That would still remain available. Great America south of Patrick Henry would remain available. We have Tasman west of Great America available, and then Great America north of Bunker Hill. On the east side of the stadium, we do have Stars and Stripes north of Tasman, and then Tasman itself east of Calle del Sol. I'll repeat that for those present here. The bottom red dot would be an open area for vending on Great America, just at Patrick Henry, so south of Great America. And then Old Glory west of Great America. Old Ironsides is this stretch here, indicated by that dot there. On Tasman, it would be west of Great America. Great America North would be north of Bunker Hill. And then on the far east side, we still have Stars and Stripes north of Tasman. And then still on Tasman, but that would be east of Calle del Sol. Next slide, please. For the purposes of this pilot program, staff recommends requiring all vendors that desire to operate at the stadium events to obtain applicable licenses and permits, including live scan fingerprinting and background checks. However, in order to encourage regulatory compliance, staff also recommends taking the step of waiving all city solicitor, peddler fees, and taxes for such vendors during the pilot program period operating within the pilot program footprint. To make the city general fund whole, Stadium Authority staff plans to allocate $30,000 of Stadium Authority funds to support this initiative. If approved, The city will waive certain solicitor and peddler fees and taxes on a first-come, first-served basis until the $30,000 have been expended. Vendors would still be responsible for any third-party fees of costs, such as insurance or health department permits, etc., that are required to obtain a City of Santa Clara solicitor peddler permit. It is not the intent of this proposal to waive or subsidize any third-party fees or costs. Vendors wishing to operate on citywide sidewalks locations outside the pilot program would still be required to pay all permitting fees and charges, like our city attorney outlined earlier. Next slide, please. Our program implementation plan includes public vendor communication, enforcement, potential partnerships, and information gathering for later reporting. Next slide. Thank you. With City Council approval, staff will utilize web and social media platforms to further communicate pilot program ordinance amendments, disseminate written notice to existing vendors with permits and flyers at upcoming major events at Levi's Stadium. Signage would also be coordinated with stadium management at key locations. This communication would be in multiple languages whenever possible. Next slide, please. Our enforcement component is covered in this slide. The amendment ordinance for Chapter 5 is really about sidewalks and public right-of-way. The authority to enforce within that jurisdiction is sworn law enforcement. County Health Department officials may assist through health and safety code violations, but in terms of amendment, enforcement will be led by a police force. In order for the enforcement plan, in regard to the enforcement plan, it will be one of a progressive enforcement and, where applicable, as a layered approach. This layered approach will include education, warnings when violations are observed, opportunities to correct the situation, such as moving to a non-prohibited location, and then citations for non-compliance. This layered approach may be initiated by a civilian member of law enforcement or our health department in our partnership with them. A subsequent contact for a violation would be handled by a police officer. However, it is worth noting that the police department currently does have the authority to conduct enforcement on stadium property and associated stadium lots on event days through other sections of our city code, such as Title IX. A layered approach is also implied here as well, in the interest of the staff efficiency and public safety considerations. Next slide, please. Our proposed pilot program administrative fee structure is as our slide shows. The updated penalty schedule to put us in accordance to Senate Bill 946 includes a $100 fine for the first violation, $200 for a second violation within 1 year of the first violation, $500 for each additional violation within 1 year of their first violation, and then a local authority may rescind a permit issued to a sidewalk vendor for the term of that permit upon the fourth violation or subsequent violation. The violation of failing to obtain a permit is punishable by stricter penalties, and that is $250 for a first violation, $500 for a second violation within that first year of the violation, and then $1,000 for each violation within the 1 year of the first violation. The variance between the sections you see are when a violation occurs by someone who does not have a permit altogether versus someone who actually has a permit but is in violation of the prohibited location. And again, as already mentioned earlier, based on a hardship, these fines are subject to reduction as the court outlines, and that would be up to 80%. Next slide, please. Our potential partnerships would include the Santa Clara County Health Department, bless you, California Alcohol Beverage Control, and our various stakeholders. Next slide, please. Our information gathering and reporting would include following relevant information to assist in our evaluation program, the success, the failures, and possible improvements for future council considerations. Those include the number of vending permits, permit fees we've issued, the number of vending permits denied or revoked, the number of warnings and citations issued, as well as the administrative fees collected, expenses to implement the permit program and conduct enforcement of those regulations, proposed changes to the pilot program or pilot project footprint, city code, and other regulations as a result of the pilot program, and discussion of potential costs associated with a longer-term program. Thank you. Following this city council approval, staff will update permitting forms in compliance with SB 946. The ordinance amendment would be effective 30 days following the second reading, tentatively scheduled for August 22nd. Public education efforts will begin at the August 14th event. The pilot program will run through January 2024. Analysis of the pilot project will be conducted, including its effectiveness and how such an amendment may promote public safety should it be implemented for a broader consideration in other areas of the city that may dictate the need for such a time, place, and manner restrictions. Staff will return to council sometime after spring of 2024 with an evaluation and recommendations. Now, finally, our last slide comes to our recommendations. Recommendation number 1, waive the first reading and approve introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 5.05, which is solicitors and peddlers, and Section 9.05.165, which is activities and conduct prohibited in parking facilities adjacent to the stadium or parking facilities used for stadium events of the Santa Clara City Code to create a limited term pilot project regulating vending upon certain public sidewalks and pedestrian paths surrounding Levi Stadium on event days pursuant to SB 946. And item 2, waive fees and taxes for all required city business licenses and permits for qualified sidewalk vendors operating at stadium events during the pilot program period, which is September 21st, 2023 through January 31st, 2024, on a first-come, first-served basis in the amount not to exceed $30,000, and authorize the city manager to develop administrative guidelines to implement the fee waiver program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Captain and City Attorney, for that report. We're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you very much, Captain Martin. I wanted to ask that currently any vendor out there requires fingerprinting, a business license, and health safety training. Is that our current rule? Or is that something that we're adding as a result of this pilot? Because from some of those images, it seems like some of these people have never taken a food safety class. And then is there any provision for food trucks anywhere? I know we're only looking at non-motorized here, but I was curious. Finally, the report said that we require the county to do the food safety checks, but they're short of staff. So is there any way that the city or the state, I mean, it's not coming from general funds, is there any way that the stadium authority could help fund some staffing by the county? Similarly with ABC. There's a lot of alcohol sales there, and apparently it's only ABC that checks for alcohol permits. So could we somehow get more staffing from ABC and the county health department? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to be really clear. It looks like this pilot program will put us, we're looking at SB 946 and working within those restrictions, but this does not handle anything outside of the stadium area. I wonder if we need to do anything in that manner. That is more of a question I'll throw out there. I'm worried also about the alcohol offenses. When you mentioned that they could not, the requirements were they were not to be criminal from now on, just financial consequences. I wondered about the alcohol situation, especially with a repeat offender over that, because we do cut off the alcohol sales within the stadium for reasons. And if we're having more trouble outside, that sounds bad. I wondered if residents could use the My Santa Clara app to, especially during the pilot program, if you could gather information from that, if people could show problems and send pictures, things like that, if that could be one of the things listed on the My Santa Clara app. I was also worried about the outreach. You mentioned doing that. That seems rather difficult to me. I like the idea of the pilot program, but I can see that would be something, especially right at the beginning. I'm not certain how you're going to reach all the vendors. That was a thought I had. I'm not certain I have a suggestion. I just wonder if there's a comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Captain Martin and Assistant City Chief, for this putting this plan together. I know this was a lot of work, and City Attorney, for just everybody just coming together and put together a plan. You've heard from me enough, and over the last year with my concerns, and especially after the last event at the stadium, the soccer event, and what the mayor and I witnessed as we drove around the area and walked the area as well. So I really, really appreciate this being put together, and in a relatively short period of time when you think about, that the last time we talked about this was in April. I appreciate SB 946 and what it looks at in terms of looking at the economic impact that this could have on some of the vendors that may be out there, and wanting to be fair, and because I respect that, that this, and as we've seen as well, that these folks are out there, this may be their only job, or it's, just an event type of a job. But my question is, and I appreciate, putting money aside to help them with the fees, of obtaining licenses to be able to operate. Looking at these carts, I can only imagine there must be somebody out there that owns these carts. I don't think they're individually owned. Do we have any idea who is behind the ownership of those carts? Because they all look alike. I can't imagine, well, anyway, I know that they have the ability to collect money via Venmo or Zelle. That all must be going somewhere. I can only imagine that there's somebody behind there that's collecting all of those fees and from the sales of items. And then I was wondering, based on this pilot program that's being put forth, how is this going to impact Cruising Cafe? And because we know Howie has been in operation down there at the bottom of the slip ramp for I don't know how many years now. So I just want to know how that could potentially impact him. As for, and I love the outline that you have, the parameters, where sales cannot occur. I will say Calle del Sol right now is under a lot of construction in that area, so I don't foresee any problem with vending carts being set up there. But I where the areas that you've targeted, to prohibit, but again, allow vending to occur, I think it's a great plan, and again, helps the traffic congestion, potential traffic congestion just from driving along Tasman and Great America Parkway. I appreciate, looking into partnerships with the Department of Health because, again, we saw a lot of violations when we were out there, and as was demonstrated in the presentation in April, there's a lot of concern about, how the food handling and things like that. So I really feel like you have looked into a lot of concerns that we have expressed and observed, and that I'm really hoping that this will help get some things under control out there. I hope that it's not going to impact our police department or public safety. I will admit I'm concerned because there's going to have to be some oversight. And so I don't want to impact our public safety being able to do their job effectively as public safety officers because of this. But I think it's a good start. I'm glad that you all will bring a report back to us next spring so we can get an idea of how it has, the operations of it and the pros and the cons, and just see how we can take this going forward. But I just really thank you for what you have put into bringing this forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant Chief, Captain Martin, and the City Attorney for giving us a detailed report and covering both aspects of operations as well as the legal aspects of it. I know the limitations we are working under, SB 946, pretty elaborate, and all the limitations we are working under. Pretty difficult job for implementing it and finding how we can make it work to the best of our ability, basically. My question is pertaining to alcohol vending. So, can a PD or a sworn officer confiscate alcohol vending card when you clearly see that the alcohol is being vended without a proper permit? Or do we have to still depend on California ABC authority to take control of that? Because that's something very serious, and I hope the sworn officer have the authority to take care of that. And I agree with a lot of the stuff, other questions being asked by my colleagues, and really appreciate the efforts you all did to come up with something which is looks like workable and finding a solution to a problem which has been existing for so long over here. Right? And my other question is, I know we are trying to fund $30,000 for these vendors who will be coming to, if they at all get registered and find out, take permits from the city of Santa Clara. Is that only for the days who permit vendors who come on these particular days of the stadium events? Because a person like Mr. Howard, who has already paid for the full year, does he have to pay because he's doing business on other days, or will the rule still be applicable to him that his fees can also be waived for that matter? That's my question for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish I could rewind for a second and find out about, I heard Councilmember Jane brought it up, and I heard the words about fingerprinting and background checks and stuff like that, and I just wanted to confirm where we are on that and what's happening with that, because my only concern with that is undocumented individuals and scaring off people like that and having them come in. So I just wanted to make sure we find out what that was about, because I missed it. My apologies.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much for the report, and thank you very much for all the work that you've put in. I'm looking at the April 18th council direction, and we talk about dates, but I think that the dates that you're talking about here are starting from September. Is there anything wrong with just saying 6 months after adoption starting in September or something like that? But I don't think that matters. I think that the dates are clearly defined there. How will the vendors who do not meet the requirements be handled? I see the enforcement that's there, but I guess the question is, do we have enough resources to actually enforce changes? Or in some cases, are we just looking to see how the changes would affect the vending? What happens if there are, for example, pileups at the allowed locations, especially since vendors are going to have to move from their previous location? So we'll have a lot more vendors at, sites that we're saying that they can congregate. I didn't understand the alcohol. I thought I did, but I'm reading this. It's slide number 10. Under Amend Chapter 505, it says, outside of the prohibited timeframes, vending activity within the pilot program footprint shall be allowed, subject to certain regulatory requirements such as, and then one of the items is, sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited. So it's just a little bit strange to me. It says that outside of prohibited timeframes, sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited. And I don't know if that means that we're going to allow, I don't know if the intent is we're going to allow alcoholic beverages to be on sale during the timeframes that are allowed, and then outside the, and then prohibited 2 hours prior, and 2 hours after the event. Okay, and then how many vendors do you think $30,000 in fees would cover? What percentage of vendors is that? Like, I don't know if that could be like 3 vendors, or that could be, 300 vendors. I don't really know. Could fees be used to waive fees for vendors who are not cited, that didn't get fees waived previously, or maybe even pay for staff for food safety checks? I'm hoping, or I'm assuming, that you'll track the fees and waivers so we know who got fees and waivers and what's reasonable to expect in reality. I guess maybe give discounted fees to vendors who consistently showed compliance, or give them incentives to follow the program so that when the program is over, they get some benefit. Another question is, how could you tell who was previously cited? Because I feel that people can just change their business names, especially if they're not necessarily legit businesses to begin with. I mean, that's a concern. Maybe take in, I don't know what you'd do. You'd cite people, you'd cite not just the vendor organization, but the people themselves. I don't know. And how will you get, I share, I believe it's Councilmember Hardy and other people's concerns of how do you get this information out to vendors prior to events so that can be prepared what to do and what not to do, what to bring, what not to bring during, events. I think that if they've got things, or they've intended to bring or intended to sell things that are prohibited, or in amounts that would be prohibited, we would really be doing everyone a favor to make sure that they knew that prior to them bringing it to an event, rather than have to deal with the fact that they've got, a lot of information, a lot of material that is there that's prohibited at the time of the event. So I'm really concerned about getting the word out. A couple more questions, but I think they're basically covered by the other staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I just have a few questions before we go to the public, and to give you time to answer some of these. I look at Senate Bill 946, and it says specific scope food, merchandise vendors. And so I wanted to know, does liquor qualify as food, and what do drugs qualify as? Because I saw the sale of both when I was out there. And I want to know if those are just outright illegal no matter what on the public right-of-way. And because it was pretty prevalent, you could just buy a cup of liquor for $5 or $7. I think it went up to 10. Yeah, just as you're walking down the street, you can buy a shot. So that was everywhere. And then also, does it include, I noticed vendors at the end of the blocks off Lafayette Street. I know we're not expanding into the residential blocks, but there may be an opportunity in the future as we go through this pilot program that you find it necessary for us to expand the scope of service in this pilot program to the residential lots. I asked about the other side of Old Glory. I know that you put it out there that on the west side that would be open for vendors. My question is, what about when that property develops? Because all of that property, the Kylie property and other properties eventually are going to develop. So what happens to Old Glory during that time? I guess, again, we might be amending this project. I think Vice Mayor Park had asked the same kind of question, but are the violations going to be on the individuals? But what if the individuals are working for a company? So how do we keep track of that? And I'm still not clear. The parking lots that are privately owned, like the Great America parking lot and the Kylie parking lot and others, can we enforce those parking lots already? And are we just talking about the right-of-way on the streets? You answered my question, when will this commence? I wanted to know that. And I hate to say it, Councilmember Watanabe, but this is going to be a huge impact on public safety, no matter how you look at it. And we have this thing called Measure J in Santa Clara, where no funds are supposed to come from the city and our general fund. And I see that we're spending money already on this, so I want to make sure the Stadium Authority is reimbursing the city for everything we're doing. And then this pilot program will also take place during the football season. So I want to make sure that the 49ers are paying their share of the costs for this pilot program and enforcement on their side of the ledger, that this isn't borne strictly by the Stadium Authority for all of this, because all of this is an impact of the stadium, and all of this is covered under Measure J. So I want to make sure we don't forget that. And signage doesn't, we can pretend it helps, but the only thing that's going to help in this situation, after being out there several times and looking what's going on, the only thing that's going to help is enforcement and word of mouth and enforcement and consistent enforcement. I don't know how you're going to do it, but consistent enforcement of this is the only thing, because the illegal vending on all of those public streets leads to such a mess afterwards, and bottles, cans, everywhere. I hope it works. It's going to take a bit to work, I think, and I know it can work, but it's going to take a while. So I just want to make sure that our city isn't, lumbered with the full cost of this, because we can't with Measure J. So those are my comments, and I'm going to go to the public now. Oh, City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, before staff responds, I was going to ask for a 5-minute break.
Yes, oh, absolutely. Sorry, Howard, 5 minutes, okay. And do you think you need more for the staff to answer the questions? Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll go Ask people to take their seats, please. We can continue. I'm going to go to the public first in case there's more questions that our staff can answer. Howie, go ahead. Howard?
Yes, there's a lot of questions you're asking these guys that they really not familiar with, because I have done this for over 10 years now. So I battled all these undocumented carts or whatever you want to call them. Harding had a quick question about food safety handling. For me to get a health permit every year, I have to have that certificate. That only started about 5 or 6 years ago in the food cart. I've had that certificate for 22 years. Even before it was required, I had it because I do care about food safety. That's very important. You're never going to get sick off of me. But what I hope that you look at, instead of rewarding those who have broken the rules for all these years, that you look at other situations. Like I had a meeting with the city manager and the city attorney Thursday, and I said, go to the health department, ask the person at health department, you know, can you give us some legal carts? And go out there with legal carts. There's lots of people out there with legal carts that would love the opportunity to work in that area. Actually, I wish my phone didn't go dead, but I talked to somebody today who has a legal cart, and I told him, would you be interested? And he goes, how much does it cost? They want to pay you money. They don't want you to give them a free ride. And I am proud to pay my fees, even though I hit you all the time about I'm paying and everything. It is my duty as an American citizen to pay my fees, to pay my taxes, to collect those taxes from the people and pass them on to my government. I collect almost 10% of my sales go to the state of California, and you guys get a wee piece of it. So the tax money does come back to you guys. People will pay you. I promise you, they will pay you to go out there and sell. You don't have to start taking money out of your pocket to pay for making the illegals legal now. But I just look for you guys to make people pay. Don't start waiving fees. Oh, we're going to do this. They're going to have insurance. No matter what event I do, I add everybody to my insurance. I add City of Santa Clara, police department to my insurance. I add the park system to my insurance. I cover the city. Everything I do, I cover everybody. I do other work for other cities and other events, and I add them to my insurance because those people, if you allow them to do business on your streets, there is a lawyer really good out there who will figure out how to get into your deep pockets. It will happen. But hopefully you can look to add other things in there. I don't have no problem with sharing the wealth. There's lots of wealth out there, just not on top of me and stealing mine. And I told you about that rule about 200 feet, another vendor around you within 200 feet. Don't just say, oh, you guys can go out there because that's a vending area, and have them sit up on top of me all of a sudden.
Thank you, Howard. I gave you extra time because I know you've been instrumental in helping
I've seen that.
helping our police
Thank you
department.
very
So
much.
we appreciate that.
I appreciate all the hard work all
And
of you guys
I think
do.
that was a good question about insurance, if you want to add that to the questions as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Even though we have our arguments, we all still work for the same thing.
And we love hot dogs. All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mark, go ahead, Mark. Mark? There you go.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to say thanks to Howard for being so persistent in raising this issue. I think all the citizens of Santa Clara owe Howard a lot of thanks for his perseverance in bringing this before the city council. I believe that the reason we're taking action is because of him. Secondly, another vote of thanks for Howard because he's demonstrated a great civics lesson for all of us, that the way to get something done in the city of Santa Clara is to show up at every city council meeting and plead your case. And eventually you will be heard. It's taken a long time, but you will be heard. And third, I think this demonstrates that in spite of what we hear often from the city, that we can't do this because of state regulations or because of court decisions, that in fact, if we put our minds to it, we can find ways to achieve our goals of a better community for our citizens by putting our minds to it and coming up with a solution that meets state requirements or county requirements or whatever they may be. So thank you for that. I'm inspired to attack the problems that we have in our neighborhood, and I hope that the North Side residents are inspired to continue to seek more solutions for the issues that Levi Stadium causes in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Edward, go ahead, Edward. Edward, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I know that there's a few people selling tamales over there off of Coleman over by that Costco. I don't know if they've been licensed to do that or not. And I think that if Related would finally get this groundbreaking going and start getting phase 1 and 2 completed, we'd have some more food options. We'd have restaurants there, and maybe we wouldn't have to worry as much about people selling food right outside the stadium. And I look forward to that other development on the east side of Tasman. I guess there's going to be some food options there too now. And that'll be, I guess, another couple years. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? I don't see any other public members. All right, Captain, if you're ready, please come forward. A few questions thrown at you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to go in order. So, Councilmember Jane, your initial question was, what is the current rule surrounding safety and education potentially for some of these food preparers? Like Mr. Gibbons said, those would not, we would have our current rules still apply. They would, applicants would still have to go through the county and get all these required permits and training. So we would not abolish that or change that at all. That would still be in play. You also asked about food trucks. This is specific to sidewalks. So technically food trucks is not involved in this at all. So whatever is in place for food trucks would continue. Thirdly, you asked if there's a possibility for money set aside to encourage the health department staff. If one of their limitations is staff or finances, depending on what it is, could we allocate some money or see how ABC is currently able to come help and partner with us for some of that enforcement? That's certainly something we can look at, but really we're building on the partnerships, and they have been willing to come. It's just a matter of their staffing numbers. So we would continue to build on that partnership as we do with ABC. And then moving on to Councilmember Hardy, you asked if there would be a possibility to expand the area, I think you asked, to go beyond. So that is the goal, or at least this exploratory pilot program would kind of, after we come back to you with some analysis and some reporting, some numbers, some actual data, then that would be the idea to expand beyond that. The difference between a potential financial crime versus an administrative crime, you noted that alcohol is kind of left in throughout our presentation. That is more of a format organizing in our presentation. And several of you noted alcohol in our presentation and also the report. Technically alcohol, and as the mayor mentioned, sometimes drugs as well. those two items are going to continue to be criminal in and of themselves. But we do see a combination of alcohol along with food, and then potentially drugs along with food. So the food vendor portion of it, the less serious, is really what the sidewalk vending addresses. The alcohol and drugs would in themselves continue to be criminal. And it's a great suggestion you made about My Santa Clara, the app. We can definitely look into that to see if there's some additional aid and maybe stat-driven gathering information from that as well. So we'll look into that. And outreach, a few of you mentioned outreach, but as I'm answering to you, Councilmember Hardy, outreach is going to be a multifaceted effort. And thank you for sympathizing with us, because this is not going to be a light lift, it's going to be a heavy lift. But outreach is going to be a combination of many different things, from in-person, flyers, social media, things of that nature. So we will make a maximum effort with that as well. The key, I think, is going to be in multiple languages, the approach, a phased approach to education, notification, and then eventually that enforcement that we need to do. Councilmember Watanabe, thank you for your questions as well. You are correct. Some of these carts and points of sale areas do look very similar. We've noted that ourselves. We're not sure. We haven't kind of crossed that path into investigating whether they're linked, but yes, we've noticed that there is points of sale, like you said, Square or some of these other methods of payment. So that's something that we would look into, and potentially on the fee schedule, that could be something that we apply towards that, whether it's communication, talking to them as a sole vendor owner versus someone who has employees potentially. So we'll look into that as well. And in terms of how this will affect Mr. Gibbons, as I showed in the map area, this is outside of that, and his day-to-day outside of stadium events would not be inclusive of him. So those outside of event day matters would continue as normal, but specific to him, that's something that I would defer to the city manager.
Thank you, Captain Martin. Certainly, the program that we're putting together before you is a pilot program centered around boundaries of Levi Stadium. And so any vendor that operates outside of those boundaries on a normal occurrence would still have to go through the normal permitting process. And I think we've heard from Mr. Gibbons that he's happy to do so, and he understands that that's a normal part of business. I think our challenge is not those that do comply and get the permits, it's those that don't. And so we're working on a plan for those.
And thank you for your concern about public safety. So the impact that would come across to public safety would be staffing and organizing of this. So together with that, there would be collaboration with all these other agencies, stakeholders as well, to make sure that there's as little impact to public safety. We're cognizant of that as well. And that kind of goes hand in hand with what our mayor asked, it would be strictly through Measure J. We're cognizant of that, and there would be no cost to the city, the police department. It would all have to be through Measure J, absolutely. Councilmember Chahal, you asked if the police department can enforce alcohol, correct? And to that, I refer back to my earlier answer. The police department can absolutely enforce that. Same thing as with drugs. However, at the time, it's been a matter of resources. So whenever we do encounter that and we're able to enforce it, we don't necessarily need to have ABC present. We can enforce the same regulations that they enforce when they are present. We have encountered, it has been our experience that there is a challenge after we enforce it and we turn in our reports, our filings. Sometimes there's a delay or different outcome when we file it locally. Yeah, but we can enforce that. And specifically to your question regarding the $30,000, that would not be used for everyday vendors. It is very much specific to event days within this limited area that we've identified. So it would be just for this. Councilmember Becker, you asked a similar question. I think I may have answered it, but I'll touch on it a little bit more. In terms of safety regulations, backgrounds, and life scan, those would still be in place. So that would still be adhered to. Councilmember Park, you asked about resources for enforcing this and also clarifying the outside alcohol. I think we covered the outside alcohol question. Are you content with that answer? Like, you brought that concern up as well in terms of, okay.
I think the issue for me is that when I read what's written on slide 10, it's not exactly clear to me.
So that was more of a formatting item on our end. We didn't clarify that enough, but hopefully in clarifying to you now is alcohol will remain enforceable. So violations regarding alcohol or drugs will remain enforceable.
And understood. And when I listened to the presentation, I heard what was there. I think I wrote down what I understood. Then I always go back to the presentation to see if my understanding was supportable, and I couldn't understand what was written. Thank you.
Thank you. And regarding our resources for enforcing this, depending on what stage of enforcement or education or outreach we are at, and again, we've touched on whether or not there's enforcement within parking lots versus sidewalks. This report here and this pilot program would be strictly for sidewalks. However, we are cognizant that the problem exists within parking lots. So if we're enforcing anything in parking lots, that's already available to us. We can already enforce that, and we would do that in partnership with whoever has authority conveyance over that particular property. So we would partner with stadium personnel and take a layered approach to that: guest services, security, and then eventually the police when we have to come in and also reinforce that. Exterior, so sidewalks outside of the private parking lots, we would also use non-sworn staff first to employ that same layered enforcement, and then ultimately reaching sworn law enforcement if we have to come in and do a citation in that matter. And you also asked, Councilmember Park, about waiving fees, if we could use that money for maybe food inspections. I think that matter there is going to fall under our county health department for food inspections. So certainly when we partner with them and we invite them out like we've done in the past, we would welcome them to do that, and that up until now has been something that they do just as a matter of their practice itself. So the money at this moment, the $30,000, is only being used or allocated. The intent is to waive some of these fees. The way we would track, you asked how we would track or know who we've cited before or how they've been cited. We would initiate at the commencement of this pilot program, we would maintain records of who we've cited. If that is simply through a verbal name annotation or a photograph, we would employ an effort to recognize people we've talked to in the past, whether they've been cited. If we can affirmatively confirm that, then we would then put that rating or fine scale into place as a repeat offender or violator. The other question you asked, Councilmember Park, was regarding overall how we would do outreach. And are you satisfied with the answer? Somebody else asked that already, and it would kind of contain social media, it would be multi-language, it would be signage, it would be pamphlets, it would be in-person outreach initially as well.
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I wrote that down, social media and other things, and I think that absolutely, we didn't explicitly state that. It's a great catch. I think that multi-language would be a very big thing. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
And Madam Mayor, you asked about drugs and alcohol. That continues to be enforceable. The fact that maybe you've seen it out there and we haven't responded immediately has to do with resources. We have had...
Yeah, it was absolutely resources at the time. You had your hands full. Yeah.
Regarding Measure J, we would absolutely refrain from allocating any other charges. Everything would go through Measure J.
the second part of my question was the cost sharing between Stadium Company and Stadium Authority, since I assume the pilot program would take place over football games as well.
I'll defer to City Manager on that.
Yes, Mayor Gilmore, we would look for it to be a shared cost between the Stadium Authority as well as the 49ers.
Thank you.
You also asked about signage. It is going to be a challenge. We're definitely going to try and do every type of sign and outreach through social media as well, in person, bilinguals, reaching out to that community within the vendor community as well. Regarding the Old Glory development, I see that area definitely developing, but as it develops, we're going to have to adjust through this pilot program. I personally cannot project how that development is going to happen, but we're certainly going to have to adjust, and somewhere in that, we would have communication to these vendors, letting them know of these other options where they could go do their open vending and not restricted areas. You asked about private lots and the enforcement. I think I answered that. Are you satisfied with that answer? Great. You also asked about tracking fines. So we would, do you recall that?
I'm tracking fines if they're individuals working for a company, a big company. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was my question.
So similarly to the other questions answered, we would keep a record of who we encounter, who we talk, and we'd have a series of questions related to that individual. As Councilmember Watanabe noted, there's a possibility that some of these vendors are working in concert or work for one individual. So that would be part of our investigative or at least data collection efforts, so we can come back and report to you in January. And then I think I've answered all the questions from council members. And Mr. Gibbons, you had plenty to say, but I can't recall if you had a question.
It was an insurance question, or he made an insurance point. I wanted to make sure we addressed that somehow, and I don't know if it's a city attorney. Is that part of the permit where the insurance is required as it is with our regular permits?
It's my understanding, Madam Mayor, Council, that there is not a specific insurance requirement in the ordinance. That is something that is certainly lawful to impose. I think there was an evaluation of that, and the consideration was that we would require it for motorized carts, but not necessarily for the, just the push carts, the non-motorized carts, as a matter of risk, evaluation. But if the council is interested in looking at that, I might recommend that that be delegated to the city manager to evaluate, and as part of his implementing regulations as to whether or not that should be a requirement or not. Certainly, I can see it being a requirement for any kind of corporate user, but it may be a different calculation where it's just an individual, person.
So that would be a question. I would like to refer that if the council agrees, because if someone serves something and that we permit and it's just horrendous, I think it's risky for us. So
Understood.
just to figure out if by consensus, if yes? Yeah.
So my question on that is, would that be applicable to other permits in the city, like the restaurant? Would we be asking them to submit the insurance also, or if we are just cherry picking only on this pilot program?
Yeah, and I don't know that we have that built into any other kind of permits, and so that's why, again, the delegation.
Let's refer it so
Yeah,
we can find
that's why
out.
the delegation to the city manager to consider whether or not that could be an implementing.
The question is, what is our liability if we permit a cart that doesn't have insurance? What is our liability?
Yeah, the answer to that is, Madam Mayor, of course, the correct answer is we should be immune from liability, and there are.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, there are
Right.
immunities that I would point to, but that doesn't mean we couldn't be sued, for that, and risk managing it with an insurance requirement isn't a bad idea.
I'll just feel better if we know what we're in for by permitting, because these are new permits that don't have the same requirements that other permits have.
Very good.
Mayor, I had my hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Jane. I see no hands. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I fully see the the need for insurance, but the spirit of SB 946 is to reduce barriers. So I guess I would ask staff to just make sure that we're in compliance with 946.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Captain and City Attorney, and all of you for answering those questions that we all have. So I can't get into my system, so I don't know. I see a red dot, but I don't know whose hand's up.
So, Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Clerk. So quick, couple follow-up questions. I'll start off with the first one, which is basically what we were talking about with insurances, which is I'm kind of glad that Councilmember Jane brought up about the barriers. It's about reducing barriers. Me, preferably, I would look at, maybe someone that's going around with a tank of gas attached to their, or propane or something attached to their device. Maybe that should have insurance. That's my thought. But at the same time, I'm looking over here and I noticed it with Councilmember Hardy was the Arts and Wine Festival, you don't have to have insurance. I think you just have to have a health permit. So it's kind of, I think, in the same thing. And I think the spirit, as Councilmember Jane said, is where we're trying to go. My second follow-up question, and then I have a motion to make. My second question is a follow-up to basically the about background checks. I'm trying to get a little more understanding, but is there any issue with immigration status in anybody who's applying for these things in background checks? And if that's the case, I don't want them to be discouraged from applying. I think if you have a clean record, you should be able to apply and do your business here in this country. I also want to know if that there's no contacting any immigration services to confirm that, if they go this route. So that's just my only question. Other than that, I'm willing to make a motion for the recommendation. Sure, I'd like to make the motion for the staff's recommendations.
Make the motion. All right.
And do I have to read the whole recommendation out?
I don't think so.
Okay.
City Attorney? No. So we have a motion for staff recommendation and by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal. Vice Mayor Park?
Well, I was just going to make the point that this is for, I believe SB 946 is for non-motorized vehicles, I think pedal and push, and there is a distinction between carts that are in motion versus, stationary carts, but I don't know that that's relevant here. I appreciate Councilmember Jane's comment about reducing barriers, increasing, the point of of SB 946, and I agree with what he thinks. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I want to say thank you to Howard Gibbons, who was very involved in this and brought it this far so that we can actually make it better out there for everyone that lives in that area and also attends the events. We want to make it as safe as possible for everyone. I also want to thank Councilmember Watanabe because she was the one that brought this to the council as well. And she's a fierce protector and defender of District 1 and the residents, as is evidenced by our police department and all her calls to them about the issues going on in the area. And she's she listens to her constituents out there and tries to help as much as possible. She's boots on the ground at the events. She's there. She's looking at, talking to business residents and the residents there. And I want to thank her for what she's done because having the stadium in your district is a heavy lift, and she's done very well for the residents and has worked with Howard as well. So thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Oh, Councilmember Becker, your light's
Yeah,
on.
I just wanted to follow up for that question I had. I don't know if anyone was going to answer that, but we didn't get to that point.
Oh, yes, Captain. I can't remember the question at the moment, but.
I think the question
was undocumented.
Surrounding backgrounds and the extent of it. That would be a DOJ fingerprinting scan. And the second portion of your question was regarding immigration. We are not in communication with immigration. None of that would come to light. So we would work to making that very much obvious to the potential applicant, so they're not in potential fear or reluctance to cooperate, as the spirit behind this application and waiver is to encourage cooperation.
Awesome. Thank you for confirming that for the community.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Councilmember Chahal, your light's on.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a brief comment on that. Once again, I thank everyone, and Howard, you bring this thing for last so many years and sticking to that. We need to do something, and I think we are in a place where we are doing something. And it is a heavy lift, and if we can, from outreach point of view, I know this ordinance will be implemented at the second reading after August or something. But we have some events before August. If we can make a like tentative flyer, which we can distribute to the vendors who will be coming to these events probably, that, hey, the council or the city is deciding that these will be the areas where you will not be able to. It's like tentative because it's not passed, second reading has not been done, but that can be one handover, those flyers to those vendors, that your next, from August onwards, your venue has to be changed from this area with the map. That would be good. That will be a direct outreach to all of these vendors who are coming over there, basically. And of course, you are doing other outreach efforts by for social media and other stuff. But this would, can you hand over those things if time permits and your logistics permits that? That would be good.
I just want to clarify that we've waived, this motion is to waive the first reading, so there is no this is in essence the city attorney.
Madam Mayor, the waiving of the first reading is a reference to not reading the entire ordinance. So this is going to come back for second reading and adoption and effectiveness 30 days thereafter.
And that effective date we're looking at?
September 21st.
September 21st,
Yeah.
right. Okay, so we will catch some events and all the football games. Okay. Very good. Motion second.
Thank you.
Please register your vote when you see it. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for all your hard work on this. All right, and our last item tonight is action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Councilmember Jane to appropriate funds to support the work of the Charter Review Committee as well as strategic policy analysis, voter research, community engagement, and other related costs associated with election activities and potential ballot measures in 2024. City Manager.
Mayor, with that introduction, I'll just turn it over to Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bohorquez.
Item 7, slides for item 7, thank you. So, next slide, thank you. So on June 11th, the City Council took action to bring forward the written petition to establish a budget for the Charter Review Committee, as well as costs associated with strategic policy analysis, voter research, community engagement, and other related costs to support a March 5th, 2024 election, should the council decide to call for an election in November 2023. Also, at the July 18th meeting, the City Council discussed bringing forward appropriation actions to support this work, as well as work related to potential ballot measures and elections in November 2024. Next slide, please. By background, election costs are set by the Registrar of Voters based on the number of participating agencies and items to be considered on a ballot. Special elections tend to be more expensive if there are fewer agencies with whom to share the cost. March 2024 would be a special election. Cost estimates on the next slide will be for the March election assume up to 2 measures and associated costs for outreach and legal publication. Estimates for a November 24 election assume a regular general election with up to 2 ballot measures and district council elections. And we are waiting to get the final costs for the November 2024 election costs. So in this slide, we've given you an overview of what the expenses are projected for both the ballot, actually placing the items on a November 2024 or a November 24 election, as well as what we've budgeted. So just a reminder, we do have a 2-year budget. So in the first year, we've got $360,000 budgeted, and in year 2, we have a $420,000 budgeted. So our projected cost at this time is about $1.2 million. We have budgeted for $780,000, leaving a variance of about $430,000. Again, just want to make sure that everybody understands these are estimates subject to the ROV giving us final costs. Can I have the next slide, please? So things for the council to consider. Again, the city's adopted budget includes partial funding for both the March and November 2024 election. The amount that was budgeted assumed that we would be coming back to council at a later date for funding request in the fall, should you decide to place the measures. Given council's direction last week, we are here tonight with that funding request. Projected costs for November 2024 have not been yet calculated by the ROV estimates. Consequently, the numbers that I just showed you are based on 2022 election costs adjusted by 15% to account for increase in costs and other contingencies. It also assumes additional voter research related to potential revenue measures. We do think that it may be necessary to do 2 voter polls if we were talking about revenue measures, so we've accounted for that. And staff plans to submit a request for funding in the fall to support potential measures for the November 2024 ballot, including consultant services to conduct voter research and the other items listed there. There is funding available for this additional need of $430,000 in the general fund 2023-24 budget balancing reserve. The next slide, please. And so again, in the staff report, we presented 4 options for the council. Option 1 is to provide direction and approval of an FY 2023-24 budget amendment in the general fund, if appropriate, to increase the city clerk's budget by $72,000, increase the city manager's office budget by $358,355, and decrease the general fund 2023-24 budget balancing reserve by $430,455 to support strategic policy analysis, voter research, community engagement, including support for the Charter Review Committee. Just want to remind the council that this action, if you were to choose option number 1, does require 5 affirmative votes for the use of unused balances. Option 2 would provide direction on a proposed 2023-24 general fund budget amendment from the 23-24 budget balancing reserve solely to increase the city clerk's budget appropriation for election-related costs from $360,000 to $432,000. This alternative would not provide funding for outreach, engagement, or policy analysis. And again, this option would require the 5 votes. Option 3 would be to take no budget amendment action, and option 4 would be other action as deemed appropriate by the city council. Next slide, please. The recommendation is option 1, provide direction and approval of FY 23-24 budget amendment in the general fund, if appropriate, to increase the city clerk's office budget by $72,000, budget balancing reserve by $430,455 to support strategic policy analysis, voter research, community engagement, including Charter Review Committee, as well as related costs for potential March and November 24 ballot items. And again, 5 votes are required. I do want to point out that one of the items on the chart that talks about the strategic policy analysis, you'll see there's one line for both elections, because our recommendation would, if you decide to go forward, would be that we use the consultant services and we do one RFP for both elections. With that ends my presentation.
All right, questions, Councilmember Jane?
So I certainly like the community outreach part of it. I like option 1 because of we need to do the community engagement, we have to do the analysis, we have to do the research. So certainly recommendation 1 appeals to me, but I do have some questions. When the budget is already adopted, if you want to change anything to the budget, it requires 5 votes. So that's my first question, is any change requires a budget amendment, which requires 5 votes. So if the Charter Review Committee were to recommend a ballot, that would require 5 votes to fund all of this stuff. And then my second question is, suppose for whatever reason there are 6 members on this city council. Would that still require 5 votes? And that meaning that it would take 2 votes to block any
budget amendment if there happen to be 6 council members? So that's my question. If someone gets sick or whatever happens. So any budget amendment could be blocked by 2 members. Is that a correct understanding of how the process works?
Any other questions from the council? So I have a question. We have already set aside $360,000 for the 2024 election in the budget, which was supposed to include everything. In the past, we haven't had to allocate any money for charter review commissions, which I confirmed with the city clerk and city manager. So now it says we need to allocate $100,000 for a charter review committee. And since we've already budgeted $360,000, you're looking at another $430,000? I was a little confused about that. And I want to know, why is it going into the city manager's account and not the city clerk's account for elections? Those are my questions. Councilmember Becker? All right, no other questions, so if you can answer those.
So I'm going to defer the council to question about the votes to the city attorney's office to have them refer, and then I'll come back and answer the other question.
Thank you.
All right. You're me.
Madam Mayor, the city manager and I were fighting to answer this question, so I'll answer it, and then we'll see if he agrees with me.
5 votes?
Yeah, on the 5-vote question. Simple question. My understanding, Mayor, in reading Section 1305 of the charter, is that for a budget amendment, if in fact it is, a budget amendment, would require the affirmative votes of at least 5 members, and it does not specify any modification to that depending upon the number of council members. So my advice, based on that language, is it would be 5 members regardless of how many council members were seated.
Okay.
Okay.
More questions?
Yes. So the other question related to why the $72,000 why is the rest of the money in the city manager's office? $72,000 would go to cover the difference for the election costs related to the ROV. The balance is going to the city manager's office because we would be doing the contracts for the outreach and the engagement and any voter research.
Is that additional money to what we've already set aside, the $360,000?
So can I get slide?
The budget, we budgeted already.
Slide
Yeah,
4,
I'm confused on that.
Can I get slide 4, please? So in total, in FY 23-24, we have a total of $360,000. If you remember, when we came to you earlier this year, we told you that we would come back to the council with a request for the election costs. Now that council wants to do both the outreach and the election costs, we still only have $360,000. We have to have the additional funding to do both of them.
Assuming a charter review committee recommends it.
Correct.
Which may not even happen. Okay.
So we were asked to provide the numbers, and so that's what we're providing the numbers for, is that the cost. So in the 420, that's what we have budgeted in the second year of our 2-year budget. So we have a total of $780,000 currently budgeted in our 2-year budget. And so what the difference is the 430 is for, so I should also go back and say that the election costs are non-discretionary. So if you choose to have an election, we have to pay those.
I understand that, but so in the city budget, we budgeted $360 for the March 24 election.
We budgeted $360,000 for election-related activities, right? And
Yes,
so
election-related activities for March 2024.
Yes.
And so you want to add $72,000 to that.
Correct.
And then another $108,000 for community engagement and research?
Correct.
And then, okay, so you're asking for an additional 72 plus 108?
Correct. And then the 156 for the November election. and then 93,000 that would be split between.
But we haven't decided what we're doing there, but you're doing that now?
Because we were asked to provide information, so yes, we're providing you the information of what the cost would be.
Okay, of what the cost would be. So you're asking for an additional 430,000?
Correct.
But we may not have any elections at all.
Well, you will have the November election, that has to occur.
Oh, well, with the candidates, yes.
Correct, and then the council previously had indicated that you wanted to pursue or
But we
explore
haven't
revenue.
decided that
You
yet.
have not decided.
Yes,
These
okay.
are just the costs, depending on what council's direction is.
Okay, and why in the city manager's budget and not the city clerk? City manager?
Sure. Mayor, why don't I take that? It's a fairly standard practice. So the city manager's office here and in other cities handles policy analysis for ballot measures and supports the council through that decision-making process. Having been a budget officer in other cities and supported these processes, typically only the funds related to the registrar of voters are budgeted in the city clerk's office. And the city clerk's office is typically not involved with the detailed policy analysis that we're doing to support the council. They're really limited to running the election.
Is that our practice here in Santa Clara?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't see anything confusing about it. So I'm willing to make a motion for option number 1.
I'll second that.
How about we go to the public?
Sure. Motion's on the floor, though.
All right, so thank you very much, Cynthia, for that. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, do we have anybody online? All right, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I thought that in the last meeting, the city manager explained quite well that the monies that were being allocated for a March and a November election were sufficient and the money was budgeted. However, there are members of this council that want to take additional actions that are going to add another $430,000 to the cost of two potential ballot measures, which there's no guarantee of. We've just, as I said in the last meeting, we've just appointed a charter review committee that has not taken any action or made any decisions or had any discussions from anybody regarding these potential ballot measures. There was extensive public comment tonight from the swim club, and many members talked about how how the repairs that are necessary at the ISC have and that are not able to be accomplished right now for a lot of reasons that have been discussed. But however, those constraints at the ISC has put a big burden on the swim club. And I have to tell you that our swim club is just doing phenomenal out there on social media. They're every weekend they are talking about all the records they have set as a club, and so to know that how they're struggling, it's impacting their club and the costs, and here we are wanting to put an additional $430,000. Members of this council want to put an additional $430,000 into an election, tie up that money for an election ballot measures that may not happen. And so I really think that it's really unfair to the community. It's unfair to organizations like the swim club that really could benefit from those monies right now. And I have to say that, we talk about, our statement of values, that's expressed at the beginning of every council meeting. And so I just have to ask, where is the wisdom in this decision that's being proposed tonight? How is this action in the best interests of our people? How is it in the best interests of, our youth? And this, how does this put the residents' needs before all? It doesn't. I think this action is only going to benefit one organization, and it's not the City of Santa Clara. It's not our swim club or organizations like that that could benefit from $430,000. So I am obviously not going to support this motion. I think the $360,000, or the $780,000 that has been set aside is a fine budget for what is being proposed, and if and addendums need to be made later on, then let's take the action then. But for now, I think $430,000 could be better used by our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct certain numbers. $430,000 is not being appropriated for March 24 election only. Out of that, March 24 election, we are only appropriating $180K. $249,000 is being appropriated for November 24 election. So one clarification, only asking extra $180K for March 24 election. That should be corrected. And it's a normal practice. We budget some things, and it's good for finance department what's coming. And if we don't spend it, let's say there is no ballot measure, that money is not being spent. It is still lying within the city, so it's just a normal financial planning practice which is being followed. And we have followed this thing in earlier. Talking about ballot measures, like why we are doing this thing, my colleagues here forget that we ran multiple measures to fight CVRA, and they voted for it. And now, if we are coming up with the final budgeting of this thing for a proposed ballot measure, and we are saying, oh, this is a wasteful of money. And how much money did we waste in CVRA? Not only the measures we put forward the money, we wasted other money which amounted to $5 million. We forget about it all of a sudden. How can we forget about it? Because that was our taxpayers' money. That was our residents' money, which was wasted, basically. And here it is, we are talking about $180K. Coming back to swim center, the swim ISC funding, as mentioned by city manager earlier in the day, they are looking at all the options, whatever needs to be done. I don't think even a single time the city manager or the Park and Rec department said, we will not do anything for lack of money. During whatever the circumstances are, they are working within those parameters. They are working into funding of the repairs of the swim center. That's not being hampered with that. Let's not club apples and oranges and try to make political points of this thing. So I will be supporting this motion. As this is only March 24 election, it's only difference of $180K only. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. In clarifications, I guess the saying that it's always best to be prepared rather than not be prepared. And I think that's what the steps we're taking in case anything does happen in that route. The honest truth is that, when I hear things like, oh, we could have spent all this money on the swim club and so on, that's just a red herring. I think about it more and more. We shouldn't be using children to basically play political points. We care about our swim center, and frankly, I think we would have had a swim center if we stopped wasting money on CVRA lawsuits and, basically fighting against districts. There's a lot of money we spent right there. But coming to the basically thing, and I hear, oh, it's always for one person. It feels like, honestly, every time I hear someone say it's for one person, I feel like I'm watching a QAnon channel constantly. We got to stop that narrative. So in the respect of time and this evening, I call the question.
Not everyone has had a chance to speak, but I appreciate your call for the question. Do we have any other comments? All right, I'll make mine then. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Jane for really telling us why he put this on the agenda in the first place. He's worried that the council will be reduced to 6 votes. And I want to assure him that I don't believe we're going to get to 6 votes because at the last meeting, Councilmember Becker said he will not resign. So therefore, I see no reason for this. But he's worried about if someone gets sick or something and we're down to 6 votes. The reason that he put this on the agenda is because he's worried that we will get down to 6 votes and they won't have enough money to put the elected chief on the ballot, so he's trying to squirrel away the money right now ahead of time. This has never been done before. It's unprecedented, and it's financially irresponsible. You're taking money from our reserve to squirrel it away because you're worried about putting it on the ballot because you've already predetermined the outcome of what's going to happen. As we found out earlier, our Charter Review Committee is going to look at the concept of a ballot measure. It's the concept of a ballot measure, and it's not normal practice to act this way. Other Charter Review Committees that we've had have decided not to place certain items on the ballot. So I think by proactively setting aside more money than we approved in the budget just a couple weeks ago. We approved money, $360,000 for election-related activities for the March 2024 election. We already put money in, but you're worried you're going to lose a member, and therefore we'll change it for you. It's clear that this effort is unprecedented and I think highly unethical. And I believe that, I'm surprised that our city manager and city attorney are recommending this because it's never been done in Santa Clara before. So I will not support this. It's so evident why this is happening. And I think that I believe in the charter review concept. I believe in public engagement. I believe that we can't tell them this decision is telling our Charter Review Committee, no matter what you say, we're putting it on because we are so sure we're going to put extra money in just to make sure in case we lose a member. I think it's wrong. I really think it's wrong, and it sends the wrong message. I will not be supporting this motion. All right, City Clerk, ready to go? Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right. Some things don't change. Okay. Reports of members and special committees. Do we have any? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just once again give a shout out to our police department. We had a very serious incident in Rivermark on Sunday afternoon where a person that was in our neighborhood was breaking indoors, and several residents were home when this was happening, and they called 911, and SCPD was out there within 2 minutes. And so they started looking for the person, but in the meantime, this same person was going to other houses, attempting to break in doors. And so the community was not sheltering in place, but everybody was on the lookout and alert. I commend our police department for just continually circulating through the neighborhood, encouraging, people to call in, and if they spotted this person. And eventually the person was found at Mansion Grove, and he was taken into custody, taken to county jail, and I understand today that he is still in custody to be arraigned tomorrow. And so it was very unfortunate that it happened, but at the same time, our police department, once again, just demonstrated, why we love them so much, and just just got a handle on the situation in a very short period of time. And I just want to say thank you to them, and plus, putting the safety of my community, back in place, and just always being there, looking out for the community's interests. So thank you again.
And kudos to the neighborhood who were calling in sightings of the person who was kicking in doors. And so it took a community effort, but they got him right away. So that was very good. All right, city manager report.
No report.
All right, now, we are now going to be adjourning to Tuesday, August 22nd. So we have a month off of council meetings. Doesn't mean the city stops, but at least council meetings will be taking a break until August 22nd. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
You have that, City Clerk? All right, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.